Let the doors be open. Qu'on l'ouvre les portes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
Bill C-42, the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for HoC.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to Bill C-42, which is an act to amend the Firearms Act, the Criminal Codes, and the Customs Acts, and brings changes to legislation governing firearms, the transportation and classification of firearms, as well as limits on authorities for chief firearms officials in the provinces and territories. Given the amount of time I have this morning, I won't focus on all of the negative aspects of this bill, but I will focus on two specific points, Mr. Speaker. First of all, what I don't understand about this bill is the fact that it puts all of the authority in the hands of the Minister of Public Safety, authority to make decisions with respect to the classification of firearms. Now, by way of an anecdote, if I remember correctly, in 2014, following analysis, and this was reported in the news quite extensively, the RCMP decided to reclassify the Swiss Arms Classic Greens as well as CZ858 rifles. These firearms initially were restricted, and the RCMP reclassified them and made them prohibited. Why? Because the RCMP deemed that these firearms could easily be converted into automatic weapons. A few weeks later, we learned that the Minister of Public Safety wasn't very happy with the decision and granted amnesty to the owners of these firearms. And to ensure that this situation doesn't recur, because the minister didn't have the authority to change that decision, he decided to table Bill C-42 to give himself those powers and that authority. Now, in fact, Mr. Speaker, at present, the classification of firearms and munitions, regardless of the type of firearm, whether it's prohibited or not, are the responsibility of the RCMP and subsequently approved by the Minister of Public Safety. So when the RCMP makes a decision, the minister can't quash the decision. Standards governing the classification of new products, new firearms, the modification of existing firearms or ammunition, and the examination of information on existing classification are set out in the Criminal Code. With Bill C-42, a new authority will be granted to the minister who, by way of regulation, including exceptions and exemptions, could decide on his own, with all of his competency, to reclassify firearms bypassing the RCMP. Now, what does that mean in concrete terms, Mr. Speaker? It means that the minister could decide to make a regulation and categorize unrestricted weapons, which would normally meet the definition of prohibited firearm or restricted firearm. He could even decide that firearms that would normally be prohibited and be authorized or limited. So he could decide that firearms, automatic weapons, could be considered limited or unrestricted, non-restricted. So this legislation is placing in the hands of the minister the authority to determine whether a weapon is prohibited in Canada or not. So if it's no longer the RCMP making this decision, this organization that is competent in assessing firearms and classification, if that organization is no longer determining the classification, who will be advising the minister? The minister will determine whether a weapon is prohibited or not. Well, is it the lobby, the firearms lobby, that will advise him? Is that the expert, Gary Moser? who, in passing, wrote a good work, a book that I'd like to invite you to read. It's called How to Manipulate Public Opinion. So I'm not sure if there's a link between public opinion and guns here, but we've seen how the action they've taken since 2006. They're good in manipulating public opinion. So I can advise them to use Mr. Moser's services in that regard, but not here. Now, at present, the firearms officers are the ones in the provinces and territories who determine the standards with respect to the implementation of these firearms. So whether it's with respect to licenses, authorizations to carry, transport, etc. What this bill will do will limit, by way of regulation, the authority of firearms officers, chief firearms officers. And we saw the Premier of Quebec oppose this entirely. Mr. Fournier as well is opposed to that. So in Quebec, we don't agree with this, but it's not the first time that this government doesn't side with the provinces. So if the government were really concerned, sincerely concerned, intelligently concerned about public safety, it should instead quickly implement the regulation with respect to the marking of firearms. They have been postponing the implementation of that regulation since 2006, and I've been following it very closely. Since 2006, they have been postponing it. However, the marking of firearms would make it possible to know where the firearms come from in Canada, the place they were made, the date, who manufactured them, the serial number, etc. Now, at present, another unacceptable situation is that it's thanks to the United States that we have firearms that are identified here in Canada. It's not thanks to the Canadian government that we can that firearms are identified. It's thanks to the United States. Why? Because in the United States, the identifying of firearms is by manufacturers is mandatory. They respected what the treaty they signed internationally and the agreements that they signed, the agreements and whatnot. But we still haven't implemented that order or that regulation. And we're postponing it every year. It's postponed. So thanks to the United States, we have to thank the U.S. government so that we can have some firearms identified in Canada, the ones that come across the U.S. border. Thanks to the U.S. administration. However, some of the weapons and firearms that cross the border, or that come, in fact, through other channels, and that come from some European countries, aren't identified. Now, the problem, when they aren't marked in that way, is that on the one hand, it's extremely difficult to trace them back. So that's also very attractive for the criminal environment. Now, Mr. Speaker, how can we effectively fight weapons and firearms trafficking? And I listened to the debate on Monday, and I've heard about this debate for many years now, and they're always talking about the illicit trafficking of firearms. We all agree that we need to tackle that issue. But if the firearms aren't identified or marked, how could we do that? How can we fight the illegal trafficking and deal with it? So, Criminology 101, a little course, marking, identifying, is a tool used for theft prevention. Now, if it's not identified, it's not easy to trace. If it is marked, it is easy to trace. And this will help protect firearms owners, Mr. Speaker. Now, this fight against the trafficking in weapons involves control at the border, yes. Now, as part of my course, Criminology 1.1, I would point out as well that 80% of illegal weapons come in through the U.S. Internet enables us to have access to all kinds of information on bringing weapons into the country. However, since 2006, all the government has done is continue to cut the budget at the Border Services Agency. They've closed small border crossings in the regions. And when we look at the CBSA's budget between 2014 and 2015, their operating budget was cut by 143 million, 1,351 positions cut, including 325 first-line officers. Mr. Speaker, if we want to fight the trafficking in these types of weapons, the agency needs to have a way to trace them and to deal with the traffickers. If there's no one at our borders, if we cut our border staff, well, we're not going to be resolving all problems. Now, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just explain how ridiculous this situation actually is. They enact legislation to put in circulation more prohibited weapons. They don't identify or mark these firearms in Canada. They cut the Border Services budget, and then they wonder why illegal weapons are in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did listen to my colleague, but I believe that there might have been some information in there that I don't believe to be quite accurate. As I understand, the United States did not actually ratify the treaty, and I also understand that every single imported firearm has unique identifiers. So I would hope that she would ensure that this is clarified, because I understand that to be the accurate information in terms of both unique identification and treaty ratification.
The Honourable Member for Huntsic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, look, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we don't have the same information, my colleague and I. The information that I have states that the United States has ratified the agreements, and firearms that come in from the United States are identified. They're marked by the manufacturers. We have all of the information when the firearm comes in through the United States, across the border, into Canada. That's the information I have. Now, if my colleague opposite has different information, it would be more than pleased to have a discussion on that with her.
Comments, question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member raised issues such as the marking and serial numbers, the importance of being able to track. Does she have a sense in terms of how it is that you would have some sort of a recording of that? Like, how would we know that serial number X goes to person Y type of thing?
The Honourable Member for Huntsic. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is a good question, and it's a very complex one, I would say. Based on my understanding, when a manufacturer, now if we had an order, for example, or a regulation, if it was enforced, and we could have all identifiers on firearms, what is marked on the firearm is the serial number, the manufacturer, the date it was manufactured, and the country of import. All of those aspects all that information would come from the manufacturer. So if a crime were committed and that firearm were found at the scene, the RCMP could take the information. If it's identified by the manufacturer, it's easier to trace it because they use international databases. So they could contact Interpol, several agencies internationally, to see who manufactured it and follow it from the manufacturer right down to the person who bought it. So that's why it's important to have that order enacted, that regulation enacted, because it will enable us in Canada for all firearms, not just for the ones coming from the United States, but for all firearms coming in from any country. The manufacturer would be required to indicate that they manufactured it. We would know where it came from. We'd know if it went from Russia to the United States and then into Canada. We can trace it and track it, and that is easier for criminal investigations, and that is what the police officers are calling for.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. She talked a lot about identifiers and marking firearms, saying that it's an important tool. It's also prevention. It's difficult to achieve, however, but I'd like her to elaborate, if she would, on aspects that would be necessary in addition to that, so that we can trace firearms I'd like to know if she has other ideas for our police officers to make them more effective in fighting crime. The Honourable Member for Huntsic. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, identifiers are very important. That makes it possible to track the firearm, and it makes it something that's not as attractive for criminals, for example. If it's easy to track or to trace, it's not a good idea for a criminal to purchase it, for example. Now, with respect to his question on other methods, I would say that there was a method in the past, a way, that no longer exists, that it was the firearms registry. Unfortunately, our colleagues opposite did everything in their power to destroy it since 2006. And that firearms registry had additional information in addition to the identifier numbers. It indicated how many firearms were located in a specific home, the owner, the address, etc. So what the police officer had to do was simply enter that information into the computer, and they would have all that information. That is also important, and that's also part of crime prevention, because that firearm in a specific home is not something that would be in anyone's interest to steal either. But that's the past, Mr. Speaker. It's a tool that existed in the past. The registry is dead. It's still dying out. I don't think in the NDP it will be possible to resuscitate it, but at any rate, that's the situation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to note that I will be splitting my time from the member from Sault Ste. Marie. And it's certainly an honour for me to stand and to address Bill C-42, which is the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that's actually very important to a large group in the riding of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And I think before I talk about this particular bill and some of the specifics, as members of Parliament, we represent Canadians, we represent our constituency, but we're also here to make decisions for all of Canadians. And I think one of the things about making decisions for Canadians is to recognize that there's many differences, whether it's the lobster fishery in Prince Edward Island, whether it's the transit needs in some of our urban settings, or some of the common sense that some of our rural communities want. It's incumbent on us to try and understand what the desires of the constituents are, and really to respect and reflect in terms of our culture and our heritage, and also to have a very common sense and practical approach to the things that we actually put in place. So, you know, in this case, I think it's really a law-abiding firearms owner, the only party that they can count on is our Conservative government to ensure that their rights are protected and that they are respected. I mean, we've seen a succession of Liberal governments design firearm policies that really were designed to treat our firearms owners as criminals. But really, this bill represents a balanced approach that will see to it that lawbreakers are punished, but law-abiding firearm owners are rewarded by decreasing the red tape, cutting the red tape. So, you know, I do again want to reflect a little bit in terms of the differences in terms of the parties, and you know, certainly the NDP have really got a bit of a paradoxical approach to this in terms of the civilian ownership of firearms. You know, we have many members of the NDP that do represent rural areas from Timmins, James Bay, Thunder Bay, Rainy River, Churchill, Sudbury, but many others. And I think in their hearts, they really clearly know what their constituents want, but they're really unwilling to represent their views, especially when it came to the long gun registry. I mean, that's just a really important example. I can, you know, the member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River, told a local radio station he was ready to break party ranks again if it came down to it. He was ready to draw the line in the sand, but you know what, Mr. Speaker? He didn't. It's important to know that the NDP leader was unequivocal that if he were to form government, he will bring in something that allows police to track every gun in Canada, every gun, Mr. Speaker, bringing back the long gun registry. Although the member from Timmins James Bay tried to reassure his constituents by stating we're not talking about going back to get every single gauge shotgun in the attic put into some kind of registry, it's really clear that this is not the case, that is what the intention is, and that's what their votes reflected when it came to getting rid of the long gun registry. But of course, the leader is not actually the only one that sort of focused on this crusade. The member for Newton North Delta, for instance, claims this is her claim. It is bizarre that in the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act that there would be a 6-month grace period when someone's license expires. So what does this really mean? It means she's perfectly comfortable with turning forgetful Canadians into full-blown criminals who could face years in prison even though they've been law-abiding citizens who have done their due diligence and who followed the rules right up until the point that they missed the deadline for renewing their licenses. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know that there's anyone in this House that perhaps hasn't had car insurance, house insurance, a gun license that has expired. Does that make them a criminal just because they missed the deadline? But according to, again, the member from Newton North Delta, it absolutely does. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's got to be clear, this grace period is for protecting law-abiding Canadian citizens. The member seems quite happy that these people, they have nothing to do with the gang members in her riding. These are people like you and I who might have not renewed their car insurance. So under the proposed legislation, an individual would not be allowed to purchase new firearms or ammunition or even use one's firearms during that time, but a person will not become an overnight paper criminal as a result of a simple, honest mistake. And Mr. Speaker, that truly is common sense in the same sense that, you forget to renew your car insurance, you hopefully are not out driving that car because it could be an issue. It's the same with this, but you're not a criminal. The legislation treats actual lawbreakers accordingly. It will make firearms prohibition mandatory for serious crimes of domestic violence. And we believe that past indicators of future criminal behavior is the best indicator, should I say, is past criminal behavior. In fact, nearly 2/3 of all those convicted of spousal homicide have a previous history of domestic violence. Hence, it only makes sense to add these prohibitions. So, Mr. Speaker, a very common sense approach. This legislation will also require that first-time gun owners receive basic firearm safety training. I think that is absolutely sensible. I don't know that anyone in the opposition should disagree with that. But, Mr. Speaker, they can't even seem to agree among themselves that the long gun registry was ineffective and wasteful. So it's not surprising that even firearm safety training for first-time gun owners would be hard to agree on. The legislation also creates powers for an elected government to overturn bad classification decisions made by the Canadian Firearms Program. And that one should also be an easy enough one. Mistakes have been made, and there needs to be a way to correct them in a way that will be respectful of the firearms owner. And clearly, the first of such measures would be to return the Swiss Army family of rifles and the CZ-858 to the classifications that they had prior to February 25th, 2014. And again, what we did was we had people who spent their hard-earned money to buy either the Swiss Army or one of those rifles, and it made no sense to all of a sudden turn them into criminals overnight. But again, the opposition seems to think that that was an okay thing to do. So really, it was really crushing people that had done the right thing, had done the legal thing under a government bureaucratic decision. So I don't, again, see how anyone can believe that this reclassification that changes and devalues someone's firearms is okay. So what does this do? It would end the arbitrary discretionary authority given to the Chief Firearms Officer. The previous rules have resulted in a nonsensical patchwork across the country. And really, does it make any sense that it was different between Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario? We do need to have some harmonized standards. So, there's 8 elements to this bill. We call it the Common Sense Firearm Licensing Act because there's issues around protection and there's issues around common sense. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is really important to the members, the constituents in my riding, and I did have an opportunity to speak to it at second reading also. And in that speech, I relayed that the fact, had I only ever lived in an urban setting, I would not have understood the importance. And I talked about a couple of, examples, personal examples in my life where the farmers that lived near me had some life-saving interventions in terms of both a cougar and another opportunity. So I think what I ask here is, if you've lived urban all your life, try and understand what it is and what it means to these people in these rural areas. I have a petition I'll be presenting later today, and this actually, to me, makes some sense. It's not part of this legislation, but it talks about people that spend a lot of time in the woods. We hear about cougar attacks, we hear about bear attacks, and they're looking. We have very restricted ability for under the Firearms Act for the licensed handgun owners in terms of what they can do. Perhaps that's something that we can look at in the future. But, Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but the matter is that this legislation cuts red tape for law-abiding firearms owners and punishes those who break the law, and that's what Canadians expect. Our government has and will continue to stand up for the rights of law-abiding firearm owners while enhancing public safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't mind speaking to this particular bill, although I find that the Conservative position on this is sometimes rather odd. I was one of the NDPers who voted for the first private members bill that was going to eliminate the long gun registry. So I'm speaking from a position of having done that. I didn't support, especially when the Conservatives wouldn't amend that other bill, the new bill, because they were destroying the data. Basically, by allowing provinces to have the right to do what they want with firearms, you're putting firearms out of the classification of criminal code. You're putting them into civil code, and that means that infractions that occur under civil code are not making people criminals, and that's a very distinct difference that goes on here. But I want to really talk about safe storage, because to my mind, over the last 30 years, the best thing that's happened to firearms is safe storage. Safe storage means that guns are not in a position to be used by someone other than the owner or in disputes, and that means that we save lives. Does my colleague not agree that to continue to provide safe storage of firearms is one of the most important aspects of our laws?
Honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this bill absolutely continues to ensure safe storage. It is critical, and it does maintain that. But what I find it very interesting is, because I know, now that I've been in a rural community for many, many years, I know how the constituents in my riding feel, both about the long gun registry, about Bill C-42, and indeed perhaps some other adjustments that could be made. And I think the member from the Northwest Territories, if he was really to reflect and vote the wishes of his constituency, not only would he have voted to get rid of the long gun registry, but he would be voting for Bill C-42.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within the legislation, as has been pointed out during the debates, there is a pretty significant change in the way in which guns would be put on the prohibited list from restricted, and a great deal of concerns that Canadians have is that the government is politicizing it. Prior, we had the professional organization, the RCMP, who had a very good sense in terms of what it is that the community was thinking on a wide variety, the potential benefits and drawbacks of certain weapons, and it was felt that the current system albeit always can use some improvement, but the government took the responsibility away from the RCMP in terms of how a weapon would be listed or a gun would be listed. And does she have any concerns that we are politicizing something that need not be politicized, and that's something in which C-42 will in fact be doing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're not politicizing anything, but what I would ask the honourable member was, did he think that it was okay for overnight with the Swiss arms family reclassification that you took people who had bought something in good faith, who had significant value invested in terms of that purchase that they had made, and overnight we actually turned them into criminals. So I guess, Mr. Speaker, what we have tried to do is create a balance in terms of ensuring that as we move forward, the reclassifications will have some good, thoughtful, rounded process to it.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to rise in the House today to speak in favour of Bill C-42, the Common Sense Firearm Licensing Act. This bill will, as its name suggests, restore a good deal of common sense to our firearms laws. For too long, hunters and sport shooters have been treated like criminals for simply wanting to take part in their hobby. These activities are a shared part of our Canadian heritage, and they're a huge part of my Northern Ontario heritage. Although I didn't move to Northern Ontario until the age of 23, I didn't realize how huge a part of the heritage it was until it came time for moose hunting season and deer hunting season and bird hunting season, and life in Northern Ontario really revolved around that. And you know, the drive to get that moose tag, and the number of American visitors that come to Northern Ontario to take part in that, and the number of Torontonians that come up to Northern Ontario in the hopes of bagging a moose. So it is an incredible part of our heritage. And it's shameful that decades of previous Liberal governments took steps to try and dissuade people from becoming involved in these activities. Whether it's through needless red tape, the possibility of jail time for good faith errors, or processes that stigmatize, these measures did nothing at all to keep Canadians safe. I'm proud to be part of a government that rejects this idea and has adopted a safe and sensible approach to firearms policies. And what precisely does this mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that we crack down on dangerous criminals who use guns to commit crimes. That's why we have passed tough new measures to combat drive-by shootings. And it also means that we reduce needless burdens for those Canadians who work hard and play by the rules. That is why we ended the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry once and for all. And, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that our approach is working. According to Statistics Canada, the firearms homicide rate in Canada is at its lowest point in nearly 50 years. There has been a 30% decline in the rate of handgun homicides since 2008. In fact, in Toronto, in the year after the gun registry was ended, firearms crime was down by more than 80%. This is a strong record that our Conservative government can be proud of. And the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act builds on that strong record. And there are three strong measures that will improve public safety. First and foremost, firearms prohibition orders will be strengthened for those convicted of domestic violence offenses. It is clear that having a firearm in a volatile situation like that is dangerous. This change makes good.
Order. The Honourable Member from Winnipeg North on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if you could inform the House as to what the quorum requirements are for the House on a Friday.
They're the same as they are every other day of the week. Is the member calling for a quorum call? Only 16. 17. Do I count myself? will ring the bells. According to the count, we now have quorum. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll pick up where I left off. Secondly, we will be making firearms safety training courses mandatory for first-time firearms owners. Currently, approximately 35,000 people per year get their firearms license without taking a training course. This legislative change will ensure that all new gun owners have a common understanding of safe firearms handling practices. And third, we will make a technical change to allow information sharing between CBSA and the RCMP on the importation of restricted and prohibited firearms. This is a change that our provincial partners have been requesting for some time. And I would like to point out that during quorum call, there were only 2 Liberals in the House, and now I believe there's only 1 Liberal in the House. We are also making 5 changes to make our firearms laws.
Order. Point of order, member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, not only can the member not count, there's more than 1 Liberal MP inside the House, but, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, there was only 2 Conservatives, including the Speaker at the time when quorum was actually called, and there's well over 100 members of Parliament from the Conservative side. If they were more in a position to ultimately ensure that the House business would be able to proceed, maybe it wouldn't be as embarrassing for the government.
I don't think that ever got to a point of order. In fact, I know it didn't get to a point of order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you. First, we are merging the possession-only license and the possession and acquisition license. This will give 600,000 experienced firearms owners the ability to purchase new firearms. Second, we are restricting the authority of the Chief Firearms Officer. These unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats have been exercising their powers willy-nilly for far too long. This bill will bring oversight to these bureaucrats. Third, we will create a grace period at the end of the 5-year license. This will prevent otherwise law-abiding gun owners from becoming overnight criminals due to an error in paperwork. We will also end needless paperwork around authorizations to transport restricted and prohibited firearms by making them automatically issued with a firearms license. If you are qualified to have a gun in your home, you are qualified to safely transport it. And last, but certainly not least, we will create an ability for the elected government to oversee the classification of firearms. As we all remember, in February 2014, tens of thousands of Canadians became criminals overnight when the Canadian Firearms Program unilaterally decided to reclassify the CSED 858 and the Swiss Army family of rifles. They did this without seeking approval and without so much as a heads up to their elected boss, the Minister of Public Safety. This is completely unacceptable, and we are creating a process so that this never happens again. And I can confirm that as soon as the bill receives royal assent, we will move to restore these firearms to their previous classification of non-restricted. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly a good piece of legislation. But don't just take my word for it. The National Post editorial board said the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act is, quote, good news for responsible gun owners and good news, as the name suggests, for common sense. Greg Ferrand of the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters said, quote, the changes proposed in Bill 42 will make life easier for these people because there will be less needless paperwork. Bill C-42 proposes reasonable amendments to sections of the criminal code that make sense, that eliminate red tape and introduce additional public safety measures. It does not make guns easier to get. It does not allow firearms owners to transport them at will wherever they want. And it does not put guns in the hands of the wrong people, end quote. And Tony Bernardo, the executive director of the Canadian Sports Association, said, quote, the Canadian Shooting Sports Association supports Bill C-42. Our members believe it's a positive step towards fairness for lawful firearms owners, and it has absolutely no negative impact on public safety, end quote. Despite this wide range of support from experts, the NDP and Liberals still oppose these common sense measures. Both parties are evidently still dead set on returning to the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. The NDP leader was unequivocal that if he were to form a government, he will, quote, will bring in something that allows the police to track every gun in Canada, end quote. And the Liberal leader has said that, quote, if a vote were held today, I would vote to keep the registry, end quote. Clearly, neither party understands the realities of rural Canada. Our Conservative Party will always stand up for the rights of rural Canadians and for the rights of law-abiding gun owners. I know that firearms owners are interested in this legislation and are following these debates very closely. Websites like Gun Owners of Canada are very useful tools for spreading information, and these individuals will be judging how they will vote in the upcoming election accordingly. I hope that members opposite can cast aside the orders of their big Ottawa bosses and vote the will of their constituents and vote for the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
And Speaker, I listened with great intent about hunters and farmers' interest in the member's speech. And so my question to him would be, given that there are large rural areas in the north that don't have locations where people can take the Canadian firearms safety course, does the government have a contingency plan to provide this course to those people in rural regions so they can actually use their firearms legally?
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member. There are courses available all over, and I did have the opportunity to sit on the Public Safety Committee during the debate of this legislation, and that did come up. And one of the concerns was, well, you used to be able to challenge it, and now you can't challenge it. But the reality is, to even challenge the course, you actually had to travel to challenge the course. But at that time, when that question was posed to me on committee, we talked about it. And in my mind, as a chartered professional accountant, I sense that maybe there's a business opportunity here. So I am certain that the course will be delivered in areas that need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member made reference to the fact that there are many that kind of tune in and follow what's taking place on Bill C-42, and I can understand and appreciate why. The question I have for the member is, there seems to be a mixed spin coming out of the Conservative government and the Prime Minister's office and many of his colleagues which doesn't necessarily speak to truth. So let me give a couple of examples. On the one hand, you get members saying that the Liberals want to bring back the gun registry, and we know that's just not true. The leader of the Liberal Party has been very clear on that issue. The Liberal government would not bring back the gun registry. So that's one aspect. And then there's another aspect that I find really interesting, and that is the lack of general knowledge that this Conservative government doesn't promote, and that is that it was Kim Campbell, who was a progressive Conservative Prime Minister, along with a Conservative senator, are the ones that came up with the idea of the gun registry and actually put it on the table and supported the gun registry. I'm wondering if he can explain why it is he thinks that most people are not aware of that fact, and why it is we have Conservative members misspeaking inside the House, trying to give a false impression in regards to the Liberal Party's position.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of the Liberal Party position, the Liberal Party are out there saying that because of this legislation, restricted firearms will be able to be brought to grocery stores and shopping malls, and actually using that as a donation tool on websites. And that is, in fact, not true. That's a myth that is being spread by the Liberal Party. And there's a myth that the Liberals are stating this bill would take the power to classify firearms out of the hands of the police, the experts in keeping Canadians safe, and put it in the hands of politicians. The fact is that the RCMP does not classify firearms. Parliament does, and did so in 1995 under a Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Firearms Program interprets this legislation and sometimes makes mistakes, such as with the Swiss Army guns. In these cases, the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act would allow elected officials to fix these situations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable colleague down the way for his speech. I think there's a difference in position, I think, with our parties and the Conservative Party and other parties across the way about how we view hunters, anglers, and sport shooters. I think on the Conservative side, we see them as friends. We see them. I'm a sport shooter myself. I have my own firearms that we operate safely. My children have all shot my firearms safely, and I think that happens across the country. Can you just explain, I guess, the difference between what the Conservative position is for hunters and anglers versus the other side?
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie. You only have a little more than a half a minute.
And our position is that law-abiding gun owners and hunters and sport shooters are not criminals. And I understand that fully. And I'm not a licensed gun owner, but moving to Northern Ontario, as I mentioned in my speech, I became very aware of the great quality of that industry in my riding, and I have tremendous friends who are hunters and sport shooters, and this is part of our Canadian heritage, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise the débat. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to announce at the outset that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from York South-Weston. I want to say at the outset of this debate that one should always be suspicious of legislation from the Conservatives that bear titles such as common sense, because you know there may be a bit of an issue here with the packaging, the marketing of what they're doing. And so I listened as the member, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health, and the member of Sault Ste. Marie began their debate in this place. And it was very clear from the outset what this bill is all about. It's about trying to create a wedge issue, trying to slam the Conservatives, trying to slam the Liberals for their apparent support of a long gun registry, which has been denied, trying to suggest that the NDP somehow would bring back a long gun registry, which is not the case, mentioning by name many of the members of the NDP in northern ridings to suggest that somehow that's what a common sense firearm licensing act was about. We know what this is about, Mr. Speaker. It's another example of partisan politics, wedge issue creation by the government for no particular purpose. And indeed, when I say no particular purpose and therefore oppose this bill, I think it's pretty clear what this bill, why this bill has been so criticized by so many. Not just the usual suspects, if I can call them that, but how about Mr. Jean-Marc Fournier, the Quebec Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs, who says as follows, quote, It goes against the concept of public safety and security. I find it extremely inconsistent that the federal government should claim this is being done for the sake of public safety." Close quote. It is not being done for the sake of public safety. It is being done in a pre-election period for clear partisan purposes, demonstrated so clearly by the two Conservatives who spoke before me this morning. So let's put that at rest and then talk about the bill itself. You know, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-42 gives the Cabinet new authority to override firearm classification definitions in Section 84 of the Criminal Code by way of regulations that would carve out exceptions. So now, by regulation, the Cabinet could deem the firearms that would otherwise be captured by the definition of prohibited and restricted firearms to be non-restricted firearms. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is a great example of taking away from legislation the authority that was given by Parliament and giving discretionary authority to the Cabinet to do what it wishes, to be open now for the first time to lobbying by gun interests to make arbitrary changes should they wish for political purposes. That's what you do when you take away from legislation certain powers that are there and provide discretion to the Cabinet. It's very clear that's what's there, and of course many people have talked about that in the committee hearings that led to this legislation at third reading. So it basically transfers authority over the definitions and classifications to Cabinet rather than leaving it with the public safety emphasis that was previously there. That was so clearly put by the member for Sault Ste. Marie just a moment ago when he talked about the chief firearms officers as bureaucrats and talked in a very pejorative way about the role that they play in our system. And rather would have the Cabinet make those decisions, I assume, because obviously they're all wise on matters of firearm registration and so forth. Now, in terms of firearms licensing, the member for the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health talked about the grace period as somehow being irrelevant. Well, of course, much of the testimony talked about how problematic the grace period of 6 months is. You see, Mr. Speaker, the standard firearms license is for 5 years, and then there's a 6-month grace period. And as part of the process for license renewal, firearm owners are screened for mental health issues, gauging risks to themselves and others. And this assessment can identify potential issues early and assist police in reacting to public safety. So simply providing a grace period of additional time can lead to delay of the information going to law enforcement people, and that, of course, is inconsistent with public safety. And that's why the witnesses have been talking about that. The other part of the bill that was criticized is the difficulty for some of the people in northern and remote communities to travel in order to take the test. Now, we certainly agree with this position and salute the government for requiring that there be these kind of mandatory testing, for which Aboriginal people have been exempted, which we also agree with, but there have been concerns expressed about the administration of these new requirements in that context. So, Mr. Speaker, there have been concerns, so many expressed by the Toronto Police Department and others, about having the resources that are needed to deal at the borders with the smuggling of illegal firearms into Canada. But what has this government done? As we've seen in the television news this week, they've simply cut the Canada Border Services Agency's budget dramatically. And so, for example, by 2014-15, the CBSA agency's budget will be reduced to $143.3 million a year, a cut of 1,351 positions, including 325 frontline officers and another 100 intelligence officers. So much for public safety concern, Mr. Speaker. Now, I had the honor of going to high school with Wendy Cuquier, who is the president of the Coalition for Gun Control, and her organization appeared before the committee that studied this bill, and she had some very serious concerns to say about another aspect of the bill, namely the transportation issue, which we heard about earlier. She said, I quote, "We believe that relaxing the controls over the authorizations to transport will increase the risk that these firearms will be misused. If you can transport your firearm to any gun club in the province, it means you can virtually you can virtually go anywhere with it, she said. So there are people who've spent their life trying to deal with gun control issues and safety who've expressed very, very serious concerns about public safety with this bill. There are those who point out the government's talk about safety but cutting budgets in so many contexts at the same time. And the fact that the Quebec government would have to tell us that they think that this is not being done for sake of public safety suggests that it's many people from many walks of life who've come to the same conclusion that I have and with which I introduced my speech, which is entirely that the government is doing this simply for wedge politics issues, simply to draw a wedge which is not there on the issue of the gun registry. And when you see words like common sense describing the bill, you know the jig is up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had the honour to speak on behalf of our government at the Ukrainian National Federation Ottawa-Gatineau Group. The member from Ottawa Centre was also a guest speaker. It was emotional to see Canadians from all across this country working towards assisting the Ukrainian people to maintain their independence and their democratic rights. Mr. Speaker, Canada must continue to aid and assist the Ukrainian people to stop the Putin aggression. And in closing, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Ottawa Centre for most graciously giving me a ride back to the Hill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria.
I rise today to observe World No Tobacco Day. Started by the World Health Organization, it's another reminder of the dangers of smoking and the urgent need to continue to update our laws to protect the public, to encourage quitting, and to never let up on our efforts to stop children from starting to smoke in the first place. This year's theme is stopping the illicit trade in tobacco, which robs governments all over the world of the revenues needed to deal with this health epidemic. Tobacco-related illnesses are among the world's greatest health threats. Right here in Canada, smoking continues to be responsible for 30% of all cancer deaths. We must be vigilant in updating tobacco control strategies to combat an industry that targets young people and uses deceptive practices to increase profits. We have to ensure our healthcare system supports people in quitting. In closing, I would like to thank the Canadian Cancer Society, which has been relentless in pushing for public policy changes to stop smoking and to help Canadians lead healthier lives.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased today to rise and to congratulate the North Peace Historical Society as they celebrate the grand opening of the newly renovated Fort St. John North Peace Museum. The North Peace Historical Society and the Fort St. John North Peace Museum play a vital role in preserving and sharing our region's unique history, and these renovations will now allow even more families and seniors to come and explore this important community resource. Just last week, the North Peace Historical Society hosted a night at the museum where local volunteers like Larry Evans, Evelyn Syme, Mario Wheat dressed up as some of our region's more prominent historical figures to share their stories and interact with those in attendance. I want to also send my best wishes to Museum Manager and Curator Heather Schaublom, North Peace Historical Society President Evelyn Syme, and all of the museum's volunteers, including my mom and daughter Bobby, as they celebrate the grand opening of the newly renovated museum. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, the Burundi diaspora in Canada, whose members are present in the gallery, is alarmed by the political and humanitarian crisis facing Burundi. Since President Nkurunziza had declared his intention to seek a third mandate in defiance of the Constitution, the country has seen demonstrations, a violent campaign by the police and militia. Members of the opposition as well as rights advocates were targeted, including journalists, members of the media, and a leader of the opposition was assassinated last Saturday. There are some 100,000 refugees. Many are injured. Scores have been killed. Several countries, like France, among others, have blocked assistance to Burundi and are calling for the elections to be postponed. Canada should speed up the processing of family reunification and immigration and suspend removals to Burundi. Join the international community to ensure that the human rights of all Burundis are respected.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to tell you about a small but important measure taken in my riding of Mississauga South recently, one that will affect many of my older constituents and one that will improve their quality of life in a meaningful way. Last week at Port Credit Legion Branch 82, I was joined by the Leader of the Government in the House to bring word that this Conservative government, through the Enabling Accessibility Fund, would help the Legion make its beautiful waterfront property on the Credit River more accessible for those in wheelchairs and those who need to get extra help getting into this great place where friends and veterans, young and old, gather to join in camaraderie, friendship, and tell many stories, sometimes even over a beverage or two. Even better, Mr. Speaker, through the New Horizons program, funds will also be contributed toward a new fryer and ventilation system so that the famous Friday night fish fries can be held once again. Mr. Speaker, the Legion's a great Canadian place, and I will be delighted as an associate member and as the Member of Parliament to take part in a few Friday night fish fries this summer. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, it's great sadness that I rise to pay tribute to George Braden, the first elected Premier of the Northwest Territories, who passed away Monday. Born in Saskatchewan in 1949, he and his family moved to the NWT in 1964. From 1977 to 79, George was an advisor of the Honourable Bud Drury, the Prime Minister's Special Representative for Constitutional Development in the Northwest Territories. In 1979, he was elected to the 9th Legislative Assembly. The MLAs voted George the first leader of the elected members of Cabinet, a position has become known as Premier. He served as leader until 1983. During his time in government, George promoted a new recognition of the Northwest Territories at the national level and a more prominent role in Confederation, including working to win a seat for the NWT at the First Ministers' Conferences. George led the NWT's lobbying for Aboriginal rights to be included in Section 35 of the Constitution. George's strong support for an independent NWT was a major influence in my political career. He was the first of the new northern politicians to speak up for public government. My deepest sympathies go to his wife, Lise, and the Braden family. George will be sorely missed.
The honourable member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, when dawn broke 71 years ago, the enemy's stark view from their fortifications over the beaches of Normandy was a silhouette of war painted across the horizon. The Allied invasion of Europe had begun. Among the vast Allied fleet poised to attack was a young teenage seaman of the Royal Canadian Navy serving on the HMCS Prince Henry, a landing craft carrier. Amidst bursting enemy shells and clouds of smokes from the ship's guns, Marty Jones provided artillery cover for the landing crafts laden with soldiers of the Regina Rifles and the Canadian Scottish Regiment heading to Juno Beach. Since the war, Marty has worked for 29 years for CMHC in Edmonton, retiring in 1985. He distinguished himself further and became the recipient of the Alberta Centennial, the Queen's Gold, the Queen's Diamond Jubilee medals. Marty, with his wife Pauline, family and friends, are all celebrating life's blessings and Marty's 90th birthday this Saturday. Happy birthday, Marty. Good health, and God bless you.
The honourable member for Brampton Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Manan Gupta and Minkle Mittal on hosting the 7th annual Today Truck Show job fair in Brampton Soccer Centre. The trucking extravaganza included plenty of activities, including an indoor trade show, job fair for truck drivers, MTO road safety awareness, driving simulator, and family entertainment. The truck show was managed and hosted by the Road Today Media Group, who have served Canada's trucking industry for many years. This excellent organization puts a special emphasis on new Canadians that want to have a successful career in the trucking industry. I want to thank the organizers for making this event such a resounding success and hosting excellent day for families and tradespeople in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mines-Îles.
Last night, I had the pleasure of attending the gala organized by the Collectif des Entreprises d'Insertion du Québec. It was an opportunity to underscore the 20 years of history, passion, and assistance, because it was in 1995 that this group came together. These companies make it possible to lift thousands of people out of poverty. The Quebec economy benefits from it, but the pride of all those who are able to re-enter the workforce is priceless. On behalf of the NDP and the team, I would like to congratulate everyone who's part of the collective. A special mention as well for the Grenier Populaire in Saint-Eustache. I want to thank the members of the board, Yves Desforges, Raymond Lucier, Lise Savard, as well as all the participants who do their utmost for the success of employees. The Grenier Populaire has an incalculable impact on young people and members in the region, including citizens of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Together we can work hard to build better communities.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party has just announced a major plank in their platform. He said, and I quote, "We're looking at an expansion of the Canada Pension Plan and a mandatory expansion of the CPP of the type that his friend Kathleen Wynne has put forward in Ontario. He is promising, Mr. Speaker, to impose a payroll tax hike that would cost someone earning $60,000 over $1,000 out of their take-home pay. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader promises to raise taxes on the middle class and kill jobs. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we cut taxes and we create jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Next week, from June 5th to June 7th, Friday to Sunday, Vaudreuil-Dorion will celebrate the 23rd edition of the Seigneurial, a historically themed festival which celebrates New France, includes activities for the entire family, traditional music, workshops, period games for children, and interactive displays. This year is also the 350th anniversary of the arrival of the Carignan-Salière Regiment in New France. And for me, this event isn't simply a historic fact, it's also the anniversary of the arrival of my family in New France. My ancestor, Jean Desforges, also known as Saint-Maurice, was part of that regiment, and I'm very proud of my family heritage. Vaudreuil-Soulanges is a meeting place for our founding peoples, a place to trade, for cultural exchanges, and to dream about the country that would become Canada. I invite all of my fellow citizens to attend Les Seigneuriales to celebrate Canada in the best part of the country, in Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Richmond Hill know that only this Conservative government will help families save more of their own money for their priorities. True enough. This week, the Liberal leader said that he favours a mandatory expansion of the CPP, of the type that Kathleen Wynne put forward in Ontario. That's a $1,000 pay cut, Mr. Speaker, for every single Ontario worker, indeed every single Canadian, earning $60,000 a year. That's just from their own pockets, Mr. Speaker, not additional to their employer. Families in York Region did not ask for that. Indeed, Canadians did not ask for that. And they don't want it, and they will never accept it. Under this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, Canadians can count on more money in their pockets at the end of the day. Thank you.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, nowhere has this government's failure in housing become more obvious than in the province of Manitoba. And while this is bad enough, it's even worse because the junior minister responsible for housing comes from Manitoba. You'd think she'd pay attention to the problems in her own province. She doesn't. In Manitoba, housing for First Nations is critical, yet a $300 million fund to produce housing has created just 99 houses. If all this government can show is $3 million per home, it's not indifference that's the problem, it's incompetence. As she and her government failed to build housing in communities across Canada, particularly in rural Canada, pressures build in big cities. But in Winnipeg, shabby hotels are now being used to house homeless young people. These places are as dangerous as they are dismal. The minister's response? Nothing. The only real thing on housing the Conservative government is doing is pulling subsidies. And on this file, the government is hurting seniors in Manitoba. As mortgages expire, so too do low-income subsidies for Manitobans on fixed incomes. No wonder the junior minister and her senior minister missed a major housing conference in Winnipeg in her own province. They are missing in action and...
Order. Order. The honourable member for Saskatoon-Winisquin.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want the most recent tax increase proposed by the leader of the Liberal Party. $1,000 of extra payroll tax for every employee who earns just $60,000 a year out of their own pockets, Mr. Speaker. My constituents, Saskatoonians, Canadians, all Canadians, want more money in their pockets, not less money. The small business that employs that worker would also have to pay the equivalent amount of extra payroll tax, which would kill jobs, Mr. Speaker. We will vigorously oppose the Liberal leader's proposed tax increase punishing workers. We will strenuously oppose on behalf of all Canadians.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, here's a story that has played out many times around the world. The Cabinet takes over prime real estate to build their leader's legacy project in the capital. They choose a massive, imposing design. The plan creates local discontent. It gets a failing grade on cost and especially location. Architects, mayor and council, and even the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court join the chorus of voices opposed to the plan. The public is opposed to it. Even the government's own partisans start asking for change. But still, ministers gleefully promise to ride roughshod over everyone because nothing trumps their leader's vanity. Mr. Speaker, I'm not describing a communist dictatorship in its final days. This is a story of Canada's own commie-cons. The irony of it was funny for a while, but enough is enough. The government's disregard of democratic voices is a slap in the face of the freedom fighters who are supposed to be honoured by this memorial. Mr. Speaker, tear down this monumental failure.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government disagrees with the statement of the Liberal leader who said, and I quote, he supports a mandatory expansion of the CPP of the type that Kathleen Wynne put forward in Ontario, end of quote. That plan would raise taxes by thousands of dollars on every worker and family earning $60,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, we reject that. Our approach is a low-tax plan for a secure retirement. We've heard the Liberal leader tell us right here in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, that he and his family are not part of the middle class. Mr. Speaker, my parents and their family are part of the middle class, along with millions of families across this country. The Liberal leader is intent on taking money from the middle class and paying for his programs. Mr. Speaker, in this party and this government, we've lowered taxes to ensure that millions of families across this country enjoy the money that they've earned and deserve and spend it the way they believe it should be spent.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been shocked by the lack of action in Canada on defective Takata airbags. Already we've seen 6 people killed and over 100 injured. The Americans issued a recall last week. Over 1 million Canadian vehicles have the same airbags, yet this government only issued a recall notice yesterday. And Transport Canada still doesn't even have mandatory recall powers. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the safety of Canadian drivers, why is Canada lagging behind the rest of the world?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of Canadians is a top priority. In 2014, we passed measures to strengthen Canada's recall system, measures which the member opposite and his party opposed. Right. And in Budget 2015, we've committed to strengthening even further our recall system to give us the power to order recalls and levy monetary penalties. I expect the member will support that. To this point, Transport Canada has received no complaints related to this issue from Canadians and is not aware of any incidents having taken place in Canada.
Good. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What exactly is the government waiting for? Bodies to pile up before they take action? Mr. Speaker, Canadians are waking up today to more bad economic news. Just 2 months after the Conservative budget projected first-quarter GDP growth of 1.2%, our economy actually shrank. Conservative mismanagement has meant more people out of work, more families struggling with household debt, and now an economy that is shrinking instead of growing. Will Conservatives finally admit their approach is not working and present a real plan to create jobs and kickstart our economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, since coming to office, our government has had one of the best job creation records in the G7, and we are leading in economic growth. While we're focused on creating jobs, the Liberals are pushing a high-tax, high-debt agenda that will threaten jobs and set working families back. Their leader even said, and I quote, "We're looking at an expansion and a mandatory expansion of the CPP of the type that Kathleen Wynne put forward in Ontario," end of quote. That means for someone earning $60,000, that's an extra $1,000 in tax that they will have to pay each year.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, a little less bragging and a little more action is what Canadians are looking for. It's no wonder Conservatives are failing on the economy. The Finance Minister thinks the answer to our shrinking economy is to weaken labour protections and make it easier to fire workers. The Prime Minister claimed he was just talking about Greece, but the Minister's office said, no, he's talking about France. But mixed-up Conservative excuses aren't fooling anyone, Mr. Speaker. When will Conservatives stop using a tax on workers and their rights as a smokescreen for their economic mismanagement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister said no such thing. He was talking about the situation in European countries like Greece and France, where their Liberal policies have resulted in out-of-control deficits and out-of-control spending. As a result, there have been tax hikes, massive layoffs, and cuts in services. The same thing that the Liberal government did in the 1990s because of its own financial mismanagement. In contrast, our government has balanced the budget while giving benefits directly to families and reducing taxes on the middle class. But the Liberals and the NDP want to take those benefits away and raise taxes on the middle class.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are making a bad habit of attacking the middle class at international fora. At Davos in 2012, the Prime Minister announced that Canadians will have to work an extra 2 years before retiring. Wednesday, at the G7, the Minister of Finance announced that it should be easier for employers to lay off workers to create jobs. That's ridiculous. Do the Conservatives not understand that if you want a strong economy, you have to create jobs for the middle class?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister said no such thing. As I said, he was talking about the situation in European countries like Greece and France. But, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we're doing here in Canada. While we're letting middle-class Canadians choose how they want to spend and save their money, the Liberals and the NDP want to raise payroll taxes. The Liberal leader announced that he would dramatically hike payroll taxes on the middle-class Canadians. He even said, and I quote, "We're looking at an expansion, a mandatory expansion of the CPP of the type that Kathleen Wynne put forward in Ontario," end of quote. For someone earning $60,000, that means an extra $1,000 in taxes that they will have to pay each year.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. The Conservatives have only themselves to blame for the ailing middle class. StatsCan has confirmed that unbalanced Conservative policies are hurting job creation and the economy. Our GDP contracted by 0.6% in the first 3 months of 2015. Canadians are working harder and harder, but having a hard time making ends meet under the Conservatives. Will the government get its priorities straight and create jobs for the middle class instead of musing about laying them off?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is further indication of global economic uncertainty and how it's affecting Canada, which is why we must continue with our low-tax plan for jobs and growth, a plan that is working. Since the depths of the recession, over 1.2 million net new jobs have been created. These are overwhelmingly full-time private sector jobs in high-wage industries. However, the Liberal leaders' proposed dramatic payroll tax would kill jobs in Canada. In fact, the CFIB survey of employers in Ontario said that 69% would have to freeze or cut salaries, and 53% would have to lay off workers if this were to happen.
The Honourable Member for Markham, Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should know that the Reuters reporter himself confirmed that the Finance Minister's comments were not related to Greece. Nous apprenons ce matin.
We learned this morning that the Canadian economy shrank in the first fiscal quarter of this year. The Minister of Finance is in Europe, explaining that you have to cut jobs to grow the economy. Simple question, how many jobs does the Minister think we need to cut to grow the economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the Finance Minister said no such thing. The GDP numbers is a further indication of global economic uncertainty, which is why we must continue with our low-tax plan for jobs and growth, a plan that is working. The Bank of Canada, the OECD, and the IMF are all projecting another year of economic growth in Canada. However, the Liberals' leader is proposing a dramatic payroll tax hike that would kill jobs in Canada. As I mentioned, the CFIB survey of employers in Ontario said that 69% would have to freeze or cut salaries, and 53% would have to terminate jobs to cope with the added cost of an increase in the CPP.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, while the Finance Minister lectures G7 countries on how to get economic growth by firing people, GDP figures here at home destroy his credibility. Under this government, Canada's economy shrank in March. It also shrank in February and in January and last November and last August. Joblessness is up 200,000 more than before the recession. Business investment is down, exports are down. We've suffered 51 months of trade deficits. The government's plan is producing no growth and no jobs, so why don't they change it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is focused on what matters to Canadians, helping families make ends meet by lowering taxes and protecting and creating jobs. Since coming to office, our government has had one of the best job creation records in the G7, and we're leading in economic growth. While we're focused on creating jobs, the Liberal leader's only solution is raising taxes. But don't take my word for it. Here's what he said. And I quote, "We're looking at an expansion and a mandatory expansion of the CPP of the type that the Kathleen Wynne would put forward in Ontario." End of quote. That means for someone earning $60,000, it's an extra $1,000 in taxes every year that they would have to pay under their scheme.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Well, the HoC job plan didn't work. In a chronically weak economy, retirement security is a big middle-class issue. Under this government, 3/4 of those working in the private sector do not have a company pension. The average 35-year-old is saving less than half of what their parents did. And of those in their 50s, only a third have saved $100,000 or more. Another third, especially in the middle class, have no retirement savings at all. All the government's gimmicks have failed. So why don't they work constructively with the provinces on a real plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's our Conservative government that has fought for seniors. We've increased the GIS by the largest amount in a quarter century. They voted against it. We've introduced pension income splitting for seniors. They voted against it. Economic Action Plan 2015 introduces even more support for seniors, such as a new home accessibility tax credit, more compassionate care benefits, and lower required RIF withdrawals. They want to raise taxes on seniors. We're putting money back in the pockets of Canadian seniors.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, the Nisichawasik Cree Nation in northern Manitoba has been waiting 12 years for the approval of their treaty land entitlement. The minister has given no reason for the delay, which is costing the First Nation millions of dollars, money that could be spent to improve the lives of their people. They are among 15 First Nations in Manitoba who are simply waiting for a signature from the minister. When will the minister sign the ministerial order for the Nisichawasik Cree Nation?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we take the matter of addition to reserve and TLE lands very seriously, and as we do, improving economic conditions on reserve, and that's why we have continued to invest in on-reserve infrastructure. We've continued to invest in communities across the country. Every time we do, Mr. Speaker, the NDP votes against it. It would be nice to have them on side for once.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, for thousands of residential school survivors, next week's report marks the beginning of reconciliation, not the end. As former AFN National Chief Phil Fontaine said, the Prime Minister's 2008 apology will be meaningless unless he takes action following the Commission's report. Will the Prime Minister show that he is prepared to act in good faith by attending the final event of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission next week?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, of course the government will be represented at all TRC events, and our government remains committed to a fair and lasting resolution to the legacy of Indian residential schools, as acknowledged in the Prime Minister's historic apology on behalf of all Canadians in 2008. There's no place in Canada for the attitudes that inspired the Indian residential school system to ever prevail again. While the TRC is closing, the work to heal the relationship between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians needs to continue, and our government will continue to fulfill its obligations as set out in the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement.
Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, our question was about the Prime Minister. This is a national historic event, and we want to hear that the Prime Minister will be in attendance. And as for looking forward, reconciliation means not just saying sorry, but changing your behavior. 20 years after the last residential school closed, First Nations children receive less funding for education than other Canadian children. They receive less funding for health and for social services. And, Mr. Speaker, more children now are in state care than at the height of the residential schools. We can't promise reconciliation and continue to treat First Nations as second-class citizens. What is the government's plan to make their apology real?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister made a historic apology on behalf of all Canadians in 2008, the government recognized that the Indian residential schools caused great harm and had no place in Canada. While we cannot undo the past, we can learn from it, and we have taken the steps necessary to bring in closure to the legacy of the Indian residential schools. We will continue to promote reconciliation between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. The Conservatives' disastrous record speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker. To name just a few examples, we have the Conservatives' refusal to adequately fund education for Aboriginal youth, their refusal to hold a national public inquiry into the 1,200 missing and murdered Indigenous women, and finally, their completely ineffective housing program. And yet, the Prime Minister personally committed to reconciliation in 2008. So, was the official apology for Indian residential schools nothing more than hot air?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, it was our Prime Minister and this government that, after decades of waiting, delivered that historic apology on behalf of all Canadians. It was this Prime Minister that did that. Speaking of shoddy records, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has a lot to answer for, because every time that we invest on reserve, if we try to give matrimonial property rights to women on reserve, we try to bring up wastewater and water standards on reserve, they're always there to oppose us, Mr. Speaker. Why don't they get on board as we work with First Nations to improve conditions on reserve?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a question of respect, of never forgetting all the children who never returned home. My colleagues, my leader, and I will be present at the closing ceremonies of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that begin on Sunday, to listen to the words of survivors and to hear the Commission's conclusions. So my question is very simple. Will the Prime Minister make the first gesture of reconciliation? Will the Prime Minister be there?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did make the first gesture of reconciliation on the floor of this House of Commons with his apology to residential school survivors in 2008. We continue to work with First Nations across the country, and we will continue to be committed to a fair and lasting resolution to the legacy of Indian residential schools. Mr. Speaker, it was this Prime Minister and this government that took that step. We remain committed to that work.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Not only is the Conservative government muzzling scientists across the country, but it's also imposing useless rules that paralyze research. And that's the case at a research centre in Toronto, which has had illogical conditions forced upon it before it can receive new funding. This is endangering scientists' careers, their ongoing work, and even Canada's scientific reputation. Will the Minister fix this absurd situation immediately?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian federal departments and agencies produce over 4,000 science publications per year. Our Economic Action Plan 2015 is positioning Canadian science to push the boundaries of knowledge, create jobs, and improve the quality of life of Canadians. In fact, since 2006, we've provided more than $13 billion toward research, development, innovation, infrastructure, and Canadian talent, including $1.5 billion in Economic Action Plan 2015 alone. We only hope that the opposition parties would just once support us in those endeavours.
Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative muzzling and reckless cuts to science are damaging Canada's research capacity. The Conservatives have cut $1 billion science dollars and fired 4,000 federal scientists since coming to power, and now a ridiculous federal funding condition requiring old grants to expire before scientists can access new funding is sapping lab capacity and threatening more jobs, which is precisely what is happening right now at the Lundenfeld Tannenbaum Research Institute in Toronto. Will the minister immediately put an end to this unnecessary rule?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, our record on science is unparalleled in this country's history. We've increased funding to the grounding councils by $5.4 billion, including $1.5 billion for the Canada First Research Excellence Fund, $3 billion in cumulative increases to the grounding councils, and nearly $900 million in funding increases for the Research Support Fund. Mr. Speaker, again, I ask the opposition parties to just once support us in these endeavours.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative mismanagement has also made a mess of the Canada 150 Community Infrastructure Program. Ontario is warning that the program rollout has been so rushed and the funding allocation so politically motivated that the province won't be able to participate in the program or match funds. The $150 million fund was announced on May 15th, and the deadline for projects is June 9th, 3 weeks. Ridiculous! Why are Conservatives playing politics with the infrastructure funding that our communities so badly need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Communities and Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that question is ridiculous. Our Conservative government is very proud to have established the Canada 150 Community Infrastructure Plan. Had that member and had the provincial government in Ontario read our budget, they would have known that this program was coming. We are very proud to have the opportunity to celebrate not only the 150th birthday of our country, but to preserve and to promote recreational infrastructure facilities in communities across Ontario and throughout the country, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Quebec. A nice little check here and another there. Mr. Speaker, it's just little gifts once again. That's how the Conservatives are now funding infrastructure in Quebec for Canada's sesquicentennial. Millions of dollars will be handed out without any collaboration or cooperation, and the deadline of June 26th doesn't give any time to really build any good big projects. And yet, we've known for a few years that the 150th anniversary was going to be coming in 2017. This government's been in power for 9 years now, so Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to understand, why are they making it up on the go? Is it incompetence? What's going on?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I know I speak on behalf of all members on this side of the House when I say we always appreciate the dramatic flair with which that member asks her questions. Mr. Speaker, the Canada 150 Infrastructure Program will help to preserve and improve treasured cultural and community locations, allowing Canadians and their families to enjoy moments of sport and recreation for many years to come.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, this 150th anniversary of the of Canada, well, it's been coming for a while now. For over a year, we've been asking the Minister of Heritage for a plan to celebrate. Instead, the government has dropped a disparate, disorganized Canada 150 program with such tight deadlines that neither Quebec municipalities nor the province of Ontario will be able to participate. Will the Conservatives admit that this pre-election blitz is just designed to let them hand out gifts before the election?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we are seeing significant interest and demand from communities, from municipalities and not-for-profit organizations in our Canada 150 infrastructure program in communities across Quebec and across Canada, Mr. Speaker. And under the leadership of this Prime Minister, Canada has led all G7 countries with respect to investments in infrastructure as a percentage of GDP. Under the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, they didn't get it done.
Zero. Honourable member for Trinity, Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, the celebration of the 100th anniversary of Confederation is supposed to bring Canadians together in a happy way. Instead, this government has confused provinces and angered municipalities. As an infrastructure fund that was announced has different rules for different regions, different criteria for different provinces, and different rules for different municipalities, and there is no funding formula. The province of Ontario is furious. They were never consulted. The provincial minister in charge of infrastructure has said that this is just a public relations exercise, a glorified gazebo fund. Will the government finally admit that this is actually a slush fund for Conservative MPs who are facing defeat in this fall's election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Communities and Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's really rich coming from that member. For months, that member has been standing in his place, claiming that this government has not been moving quickly enough with respect to our infrastructure programs. And today, apparently, we're moving too quickly. There appears to be significant confusion over on that side. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, had that member and his provincial friend read our budget, they would have known that the Canada 150 infrastructure program was coming. We look forward to delivering on our commitment to support communities in Ontario and across the country.
Member for Trinity, Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I was asking for an infrastructure program. This is a joke. Canada Celebration and Confederation does not belong to the Conservative Party. The funds that were announced just a few days ago have a deadline to apply in just a few days from now. I couldn't find that in the budget, nor could I find a dollar amount. What's worse is that the member for Chatham, Kent, and Essex says that what you do is you apply to his office for help. You don't apply to the government's offices. You don't apply to City Hall. That's disgraceful. What sort of an inside track is being discussed here? Why is this not just simply pork barreling described as such? The Conservative government playing politics with Confederation. They're hurting cities in this country, and this fund is a disgrace.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government's Canada 150 Community Infrastructure Program will achieve two very important objectives. One, it will help all Canadians celebrate the 150th anniversary of our country's Confederation. Secondly, it will help communities across the country renovate, expand existing recreational infrastructure. If that member wishes to forgo both of that opportunities, that is his prerogative.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, as NATO considers whether to establish a permanent presence in the Baltics to counter Russian threats, the Minister of National Defence has already mused that Canada may be ready to send troops there. Now, the Minister didn't do that here in this House, just like he didn't bring the deployment of military trainers to Ukraine to Parliament either. Does the Minister really believe that consulting Parliament on military deployments, as his party promised to do, means discussing these requests here first?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member is quite right. It's this government that, for the first time, brought forward the responsibility to consult Parliament with respect to military deployments. Mr. Speaker, and we've done that on a number of occasions. And, of course, we're very proud of the work that the Canadian Armed Forces is doing both at home and abroad, including in the Ukraine and in the Baltic states. Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of the role that the Royal Canadian Air Force is doing in the Baltic states. And, of course, we've been on the forefront of providing assistance to the Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Canada should definitely consider deployment requests, but here in the House is where those discussions should take place. We expected more from the Defence Minister, who keeps on racking up faux pas. After his inaccurate claims that Canada was the only country with smart bombs and tweets with misleading photos, the minister's incompetence knows no bounds. Will he at least have the decency to debate all potential military deployments here in the House?
To the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've done just that. When serious deployments have been considered, this government has done so. Of course, we had a great debate with respect to the deployment of Canadian forces in the fight against the jihadist terrorist regime ISIL, Mr. Speaker. We know that both opposition parties voted against that deployment, Mr. Speaker. We know that when it comes to protecting Canadians at home and abroad, Canadian interests at home and abroad, the opposition will consistently vote against that. That's why they voted against the increases that we've had to military funding, Mr. Speaker. That's why they voted against the expansion and the new equipment that we've bought for the Canadian Armed Forces. Canadians understand that when it comes to providing assistance and security, that it's this government that they can rely upon.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Let's talk about another equally mismanaged file. The F-35s, the helicopters, the close combat vehicles. Every time the Conservative mismanagement has reached new depths, the delays, the inadequacies, and now we learn that the temporary fleet of supply ships won't be ready before 2020. Does the government really think that striking a new committee is going to fix the problem? The Honourable Minister.
Her questions all wrong. She has her facts all wrong. In fact, we have been living up to our commitment to provide our men and women in uniform with the equipment that they need to do the job we asked of them. In fact, we've delivered the new Globemasters, 5 of them, the C-17s, tactical lift transporters, main battle tanks, LAVs, new heavy artillery. We've been doing the refit and modernization of the Halifax frigate class. Mr. Speaker, we're also expecting next month to take delivery of the Cyclones, the new helicopters that will allow us to finally start retiring the Sea Kings. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the one thing that is consistent is that that member and her party voted against every one of these acquisitions.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, the disastrous management by the Conservatives of military procurement has significant impacts on our Navy. It'll take years before new ships are ready. Davie Shipyard made a proposal to meet our needs in the short term, but the offer remains in limbo, and now the government says it needs even more time. Can the government explain this added delay, which puts hundreds of jobs in jeopardy and our country in a bad light?
Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, we are proceeding to deal with the Halifax class. We're working on all coastlines in Vancouver. We're having icebreakers built.
Still later this year on the new AOPS. Mr. Speaker, we're supporting our men and women in uniform by providing the equipment they need in a responsible way to taxpayers. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to point out the honourable member and his party have voted against every one of these initiatives.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, members of my riding of Oxford are concerned with foreign criminals abusing the generosity of Canadians, and they want to be assured that action is being taken to address profiteers. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Public Safety update this House on what is being done to ensure the integrity of Canada's immigration regime is protected?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
To thank the honourable member from Oxford for that question. I would also like to commend CBSA, the Canada Border Services Agency, on arresting 2 more individuals who were on their wanted by the CBSA list. To date, as a result of the Wanted by the CBSA program, Canadians have assisted in locating 62 individuals in Canada, of which 53 have been removed. Additionally, 18 other individuals have been located abroad. Mr. Speaker, these are concrete and real results. Canadians know they can count on our Conservative government to ensure their generosity is not abused by foreign criminals.
The honourable member for Rimouski. Mr. Speaker, thousands of our top French-speaking researchers are meeting in Rimouski. It's the last day of the 83rd annual convention of ACFAS. The President is concerned that the Conservatives are gutting research and gagging federal scientists, muzzling them. She says that the Conservative government's approach is not enlightened. It's sad and dangerous for the consequences of scientific progress in the long run. When will the Conservatives finally recognize the tremendous contribution of our scientists and researchers?
I wish the honourable member would actually support some of the measures that we've taken to support world-leading research in this country. Here's a quote from the President and CEO of the Canadian Foundation for Innovation about this year's budget. This is the largest single investment ever made to support research infrastructure in Canada. With this new funding, Canadian universities, colleges and research hospitals will be able to continue to undertake globally competitive research that is essential to the health, prosperity and quality of life of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I want to know why the honourable member voted against that.
Yeah, why did you?
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Mr. Speaker, 8 municipalities in my riding of Chambly-Bordua have passed resolutions calling for a moratorium on the installation of community mailboxes. The municipalities have had enough of this government making decisions without even consulting them. And the minister who said he would make inquiries of Canada Post, that's clearly not enough. Will the government finally listen to the municipalities of Chambly-Bordua and call on Canada Post to put a moratorium on the installation of new mailboxes?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, in 2014, Canada Post delivered 1.4 billion fewer pieces of letter mail than in 2006. They cannot continue delivering door-to-door. They have to balance their books without being an undue burden on Canadian taxpayers. Meanwhile, the NDP's plan would cost taxpayers $500 million a year, which means that the NDP would increase the burden on taxpayers' shoulder. That's not what we're going to do. Instead, we're going to keep taxes low, create jobs, and put money back in the pockets of Canadian workers. The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Mr. Speaker, clearly, this government is not listening to municipal politicians and residents. Ending door-to-door delivery directly concerns the municipalities, but the Conservatives don't think it's important to consult them. The city of Laval now has to go to court to be heard. Will the government finally show some respect to municipal politicians and agree to meet with them to discuss this?
Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, that Canada Post has delivered 1.4 billion fewer letters in 2014 than it did in 2016. It has a 5-point plan to address that, which includes consultations, Mr. Speaker, with those who would be affected in postal delivery. The member well knows that. What the member also should be clear about, though, is that Canada Post needs to continue with its 5-point plan. Last year, it did not make a $1.3 billion special payment to make up for its unfunded pension liabilities. Mr. Speaker, the estimated payment this year as well would be $1.4 billion. That's in Canada Post's report on page 68. The member should allow Canada Post to get on with its structural changes. Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. For months, the Conservatives have been reheating the same old lines on Canada Post. Maybe they should change strategy. Over 600 municipalities in Terrebonne, including Terrebonne, have expressed their discontent. The NDP is listening to the residents and municipal politicians and has understood that this is not a luxury. Door-to-door delivery is more of an essential service. Instead of spending thousands of dollars on litigation, why doesn't the government just agree to a moratorium? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member is fighting for a plan for only 1/3 of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, she knows that 2/3 of Canadians currently don't receive door-to-door delivery. I point her to page 68 of Canada Post's annual report in 2014, and allow me to quote, "Without pension relief, the corporation would have been required to make special payments of approximately $1.3 billion in 2014. The special payments without pension relief would amount to $1.4 billion in 2015. And, Mr. Speaker, those payments would have to be made in subsequent years as well. Canada Post needs to continue with its 5-point plan.
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, after much humming and hawing, we finally got the Minister of the Environment to commit to her new target of 524 megatons by 2030. Having done nothing for the last 10 years, we're now asked to believe that an additional 200 megatons will be achieved in 15 years without a plan. What are her commitments from the provinces in writing? What are her commitments from the industrial sectors in writing? How will she offset the projected 180 megatons from the oil sands? Mr. Speaker, this target looks more deceptive and delusional rather than fair and ambitious.
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our government has announced a fair and ambitious target for Canada that is in line with the international industrialized countries. We plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30% below 2005 levels by 2030, which is a reduction of 225 megatons, and will continue to take a responsible and balanced approach. Building on this, we will reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector, regulate the production of chemical and nitrogen fertilizers, and reduce emissions from natural gas-fired electricity generations. And we will do this without forcing a job-killing carbon tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I gave the Citizenship and Immigration Minister a letter about a woman who was deported yesterday to Burundi. She's currently in Addis Ababa. How can the government, on the one hand, ask Canadians to leave Burundi immediately? How can the government justify deporting someone there? Will this person be allowed to come back to Canada to be in safety? And will we at least temporarily suspend deportations to that country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member knows very well that these decisions are made by highly qualified officials after extensive review of every individual's file. I believe if the member feels strongly about this, he can speak to me for further details after the question period. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pontiac. It's all well and good for the Conservatives to announce money to connect regional regions to high-speed internet, but many areas in my riding are not able to get that. In Chelsea Park, there are many places that still have problems connecting, and there are no available solutions. We're not talking about the Arctic, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about a municipality that's less than 15 kilometers from the Prime Minister's office. Clearly, their plan isn't working. What is the government going to do to connect people in Chelsea? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to answer this question. Of course, last week the Minister was pleased to announce that our government has exceeded the targets of the Connecting Canadians program. The Connecting Canadians program will connect over 70,000 more households to affordable high-speed internet for a total of 357,000 homes. We have achieved this goal with only 60% of the total Connecting Canadians budget. For Canadians in rural and northern regions, access to high-speed internet will unlock tremendous economic potential, leading to the creation of new jobs, products, and businesses across Canada. Again, Mr. Speaker, I only wish the opposition parties would support initiatives like this.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Further job losses add to the long list of Conservative failures on the economy. In Longueuil, the Provigo store is the most recent victim. The community will lose not only 80 jobs, but all the organizations who benefited from the generous support of the owner, André Tremblay. Will the Conservatives, because we're buying more and more from Walmart and stuff, cheaper, lower quality, but lower prices too, I guess. Will the Conservatives finally admit that their economic policy has had serious consequences for communities like Longueuil?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we sympathize with those Canadians who have lost their jobs. Our Conservative government is focused on what matters to Canadians, jobs and economic growth. Nevertheless, Canada's overall job growth record since the depths of the global recession is among the best in the G7 countries, with over 1.2 million net new jobs created, overwhelmingly full-time, high-wage and private sector jobs. As we've always said, Canada is not immune to the global economic challenges beyond our borders. We will continue to reject the Liberal and NDP policy to hike payroll taxes dramatically, and also the NDP's risky high tax and debt schemes that would kill jobs and hurt the Canadian economy.
Member for Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, constituents from my riding of Okanagan-Shuswap are very pleased with our measures to help Canadian middle-class families. Can the Minister of State for Social Development update this House on the impact the universal child care benefit is having on families from coast to coast to coast?
The Honourable Minister of State.
I'd like to thank that member for that great question and the great work that he has done for his constituents over the years. Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to be in Pickering over the last week and met with families to tell them about the expanded universal child care benefit and the increased universal child care benefit. I met with Melanie. Melanie is a single mom and she has a 5-year-old son, soon to be turning 6. She was thrilled when I told her that our plan would increase and expand the benefit, the universal child care benefit for her, because she counts on that support. I also told her that the Liberal plan would be to completely end the universal child care benefit, and the NDP plan wouldn't help her at all because she's not using licensed daycare. Mr. Speaker, our plan helps all families with children regardless of how they choose to look after their children. Melanie was very happy to hear that.
The honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, an unprecedented crisis in Canada is affecting thousands of people whose houses are affected by pyrrhotite. Once again, the federal government is not responding to calls for help from the Morrissey region. How does the government plan to limit the effects of this property disaster in a region that's already reeling from thousands of job losses in natural resource-based industries?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this member knows well that the pyrrhotite issue falls under provincial jurisdiction. In fact, the Government of Quebec launched a provincial program to provide financial assistance for homeowners dealing with pyrrhotite damage in August 2011. Mr. Speaker, I would urge those concerned to contact the Société d'Habitation du Québec.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government's 2015 budget is focused on what matters to Canadians, creating jobs, lowering taxes, and providing benefits directly to families. But the leader of the Liberal Party wants to dramatically hike payroll taxes on the middle class. Can the Minister of Environment explain to the House what our budget will do for our North?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Prince George Peace River for that great question. Unlike previous governments that made cuts on the backs of the territories, our government is providing record-high transfer payments to the territories in healthcare, education, and social programs. We are investing in northern infrastructure, housing, tourism, and the economy, and we are also supporting meteorological and navigational warning services and enhancing safety of marine transportation in the Arctic. We're also securing a new market access for Canadian CO products. The Liberals and the NDP would eliminate the child care benefit program and raise the cost of living in the North with a carbon tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, I discovered that adopted people in my riding with permanent residency who were told they would get citizenship have already voted. When they applied for a passport, they found they weren't Canadian yet. They had no proof of citizenship when they voted. All they needed was to say that they were citizens. Is the government aware of the number of people on the voters list who shouldn't be? And will this government tighten up procedures so that people don't simply have to answer a question yes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. No, the Honourable Government. Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the rules are very clear and very specific. People have an opportunity to apply for the permanent residence cards through our Canadian immigration streams. We have many economic streams, family unification streams, humanitarian streams. Once they apply for their permanent residency card and they adhere to the rules and the time period of staying in the country for the period of time that they're expected to stay here, they can apply for their Canadian citizenship.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, after years of negotiations among lawyers, doctors, and Health Canada officials, thalidomide victims finally got an acceptable offer. The lump sum of $250,000 seemed a fair compromise, but for unknown reasons, the government's final offer was only $125,000. There's nothing to justify this arbitrary decision. By supplanting the informed and responsible parties to the negotiations, the government is doing great harm. Who in the Health Department took that decision? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we have made a very unprecedented settlement, and it really was a tragic event in the 1960s, which reminds us of how important drug safety is. But I think it's important to note that recently announced, just last week, there's going to be tax-free yearly payments based on need, and over 75% are going to receive $75,000 to $100,000 tax-free. And of course, there's also going to be an extraordinary medical assistance fund. So I think this is going to be important support that will allow the victims of this crisis to live their life with dignity.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Small and Medium-Sized Businesses, or SMEs, is delighted with tariff cuts to customs duties on baby clothing and sports equipment in 2013 because these have been beneficial to small business and consumers. In these areas, prices have dropped virtually across the board, and yet a lot of promises have been made, but no new initiative has materialized. Can the minister assure us that prices will keep dropping, and when can SMEs and Canadians expect to see further tariff cuts?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our government has undertaken a number of initiatives to reduce taxes, and of course the ones that are being referenced are ones that are part of a number of things we've done to help families by reducing taxes. In particular, you spoke about, of course, the sports equipment, where we did reduce tariffs, where we didn't have Canadians manufacturing in that field. More importantly for Canadians are the fact that we have, in the most recent budget, doubled the sports and fitness tax credit, which we originally introduced. Again, another thing that is helping families get by, keep their children involved and active in sporting activities. This is an example of how our government is taking action to help families.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Saint-Michel. In Budget 2015, the Finance Minister announced no further tariff cuts. And yet the former Finance Minister, Mr. Flaherty, was determined to reduce the price gap between Canada and the U.S. with things like reductions to customs duties. Previous tariff cuts had paved the way for considerable price drops for consumers, but there are still some tariffs as high as 18%. The test was conclusive, so why hasn't the Finance Minister gone ahead with further tariff cuts in Budget 2015?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, our government has cut literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tariff lines. Partly we've done it, of course, as part of our process of entering into free trade agreements at an unprecedented level compared with any other government in Canadian history, but we've also done it through the implementation of our new policy of allowing inputs into the manufacturing process in Canada to enter tariff-free. This helps reduce costs for manufacturing, helps reduce the cost of our manufacturing products in Canada. This has been a significant advance for us. It's resulted in massive reductions in tariffs. This is all good news for Canadians, for Canadian consumers, for Canadian businesses, for creating Canadian jobs.
This brings question period to a close.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I know that on a regular basis, a member from Ottawa Centre and other members certainly question or call in regard to the location of the Communist Monument. I would like, with unanimous consent, to actually enter into the record, Mr. Speaker, the map and diagram which shows the exact location of the monument when it will happen. Just ask for unanimous consent to be able to do that for the record, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member have unanimous consent to table this? He obviously does not have unanimous consent. Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present, in both official languages, the fifth report of the Standing Committee of Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Person with Disabilities, entitled Main Estimates 2015-2016.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the order for consideration of the Ways and Means motion number 23 be deemed read, the motion to concur deemed moved and seconded, the question deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested, and deferred to Monday, June 1st, 2015, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to rise in the House today to table a petition received from Development and Peace. Petitioners are of the view that new rules governing the use of seeds can make things such as storing, using, and trading seeds illegal. This petition is designed to draw the attention of the House and the Government of Canada to the importance of respecting the rights of farmers to store, trade, and use seed.
Petitions, pétition. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's a number of constituents in Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou who are licensed handgun owners and who are looking for a little bit of increased flexibility in terms of their ability to use their handguns for protection, so looking for some changes to our firearms legislation.
Petitions, pétition. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Speaker, it's a great pleasure that I rise to present a petition signed by hundreds of people across Canada requesting that the Government of Canada extend a 0% GST rate to menstrual hygiene products. And, Mr. Speaker, I think the letter they'll get back from the government will show that the NDP pushed this motion and that we were supposed to have unanimous consent on it here today, but the Liberals have derailed that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétition. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau, Mirabel. I rise to table this petition from Canadians who are calling on the government to remove the federal tax on feminine hygiene products. The NDP is very proud to have convinced the government to remove this tax, which was unfair. And we hope that the vote will happen shortly so that women stop paying this tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député Terrebonne-Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, have the honour to present a petition calling for elimination of the tax on feminine hygiene products. This is a tax that is discriminatory in nature, and the women who signed this petition are very proud to see that the NDP has led this file to victory, and that as of July 1st, there will no longer be a tax on these products.
Petitions. L'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present 5 petitions from my constituents. The first deals with the future of CBC. My constituents would like to see stable funding provided to Radio-Canada CBC. To deal with the creation of a mechanism, a legal mechanism for an ombudsman. They want to see Canada acting responsibly in the mining sector internationally. The fourth deals with the abolition of the Senate. And the fifth petition is a petition like the ones presented by my colleagues on the elimination of the tax on feminine hygiene products. and we'd like to see a vote on that shortly. But unfortunately, the Liberals have just denied unanimous consent for that today.
Petitions. The honourable member for Saskatoon-Winuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These undersigned citizens of Canada drawing our attention to the fact that a high percentage of prostitutes are forced into the sex trade and trafficked, and so they would like for us to legislate that it be a criminal offence to purchase sex with a woman, a man, or a child, and be a criminal offence for pimps and madams and others to profit from these proceeds of the nefarious sex trade. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in respect to ultrasounds being used in Canada to tell the sex of unborn children, and then if the pregnancy is that of a girl, terminating the pregnancy. And they draw attention to the fact that this is creating a global gender imbalance, causing girls to be trafficked into prostitution. And so they want Parliament to condemn this worst form of discrimination against females. Thank you.
Petitions. Pétition. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to inform the House that question number Q1156 will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q1146 and Q1157 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Wow. Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, Government Bills Commons. Resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-42, Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act.
Debate. Débat. The Honourable Member for Victoria had 5 minutes of questions and comments. So questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for York Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech earlier. And my question for him, though, is given the history that this government has had of not protecting Canadian safety in almost every endeavour where the federal government is supposed to protect Canadian safety, and given also, Mr. Speaker, that this bill, in our opinion, does not actually do anything to protect Canadian safety, is it the position of the member opposite, the member beside me, and the NDP that, in fact, this bill is actually making safety worse in Canada, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I thank my colleague for York Southwestern for his question. As I said during my remarks, whenever a statute is introduced with verbiage like common sense, you know that there's something political going on, and when you heard their interventions by the Conservatives, it confirmed that suspicion. No, it doesn't make us any safer at all, and of course that's the burden of the Coalition for Gun Control argument and that of the Government of Quebec and so many other interveners who pointed that out. Moreover, when you look at the budget cuts that the government has made to those who make us safe, the CBSA, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, as I alluded to in my remarks, you see just what game is being played here today. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the decision to give the government simply more discretionary authority to the Cabinet rather than to stick with the classifications that are in the statute suggests that there's an attempt to provide a political cover for the Cabinet to make changes as it sees fit, dependent on the lobbying that is made to the Cabinet on any given subject. And that's also a matter which I think undermines the claim that this is somehow about public safety. It's about politics, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the answer to my question from just a moment ago about whether or not this bill, in fact, makes us any safer. In fact, as I read the bill, Mr. Speaker, the bill does a number of things which lessen gun safety, which make it easier to transport guns in a manner which is not known to the police, which makes it easier for the cabinet to actually unrestrict firearms, for the cabinet to unilaterally, against the wishes of the various authorities that are put in place to decide which firearms should be restricted, that in fact those restrictions can be made null and void by cabinet decisions. And in addition, this bill appears to give a ability for persons to have a 6-month grace period to fulfill their license requirements, and nowhere in Canada can I think of a place where someone has a grace period on a license requirement, particularly on something as important as the ownership of a firearm. Right now, if I want to drive my car without a license, I'm in violation of the law, and there is no grace period for driving my car without a license, for not licensing my car. And I wonder if the member opposite would like, the member beside me would like to comment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you to my colleague from York Southwestern for his observations, and he's absolutely right. The Coalition for Gun Control, for example, would agree entirely with his concern about the transportation issue. That was the subject of great debate before committee. And the undermining by Cabinet of the restrictions on firearms, given the authority that they've taken for themselves in this bill, is another example of the centralization of power by the Conservatives for obviously political purposes. The last point that he made about the grace period and the unusual nature of the grace period has, of course, also been the subject of many people in the police community and others who wondered why on earth we have such a period in this bill. You know, usually you have a license, as my honourable friend pointed out, for a fixed period of time, and we don't usually then say, well, if I forget my driver's license, I'll have 6 months to drive around because I just feel like it, and hopefully I won't get caught by the police. But if I do, I have a grace period. It's kind of a bizarre position to take, and not only is it bizarre, but to the point of public safety that he so I think cogently raised, people have talked about how fire owners, they use the period to screen people when they're licensed for mental health issues, potential risk to themselves and others. And if there's some sort of grace period, that can delay the information being available to the police and others for safety concerns. Finally, Mr. Speaker, undermining the chief firearms officer and referring to them, as Conservatives have done, as simply bureaucrats is a shameful position to take.
I'm sorry. Resuming debate. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate this opportunity to speak on what I view as not just a bad bill, but actually a dangerous bill, Mr. Speaker, because this bill talks about common sense. And when you put common sense and firearms in the same sentence, one has to wonder whether this is really just a political bill and not actually something to make us safer. If I had a nickel for every time a member opposite said that this is our top priority, Mr. Speaker, when it doesn't matter what object it is we're talking about, whether it's the environment, whether it's public safety, whether it's rail safety, whether it's drug safety, whether it's food safety, Mr. Speaker, everything seems to be their top priority, and yet the evidence is that everything has suffered budget cuts under this government. That in order to provide Canadians with tax cuts, they've had to cut public services and make Canadians less safe. And that, Mr. Speaker, is something that we don't support. And Mr. Speaker, in a few months' time, our leader and our party will be able to, with our experience and our plan, will be able to replace this tired government and actually fix the damage they've done, including the damage that this bill will do to the Canadian safety regime. Mr. Speaker, this bill actually should be titled Relaxing Gun Laws in Canada, because that's really what it does. It's not there to make some kind of common sense amendments or to find some way to make more common sense. It's actually designed to relax gun laws, and that is catering to a particular lobby that the Conservatives like to cater to, and have done so since they took office in 2006. They have done a number of things over the years to make it less safe for Canadians. This particular bill, Bill C-42, makes it easier to transport guns. Now, Mr. Speaker, in Canada there are specific and very strict rules about how you transport firearms, because one of the things that we don't want to become, like people in the U.S., which allows the transportation of guns openly and without any restrictions whatsoever in most cases. This bill allows people much more freedom to transport their firearms without having to first know where they're going or know exactly. The police will have very little way of knowing what is going on when people are transporting their guns. In addition, and perhaps more tellingly, it gives the Cabinet and the Minister the power to change the definition of what is and what is not a restricted weapon. And this is in, I think, knee-jerk reaction to a decision that was taken by others than the Conservatives that they didn't like. And so this C-42 gives the Cabinet authority to override firearms classifications definitions in Section 84 of the Code by the way of regulations carving out exceptions. And by regulation, Cabinet could deem firearms that would otherwise be captured by the definitions of prohibited and restricted firearms to be non-restricted firearms. Similarly, Cabinet could deem firearms that would otherwise be prohibited firearms to be restricted firearms. It basically transfers authority over definitions and classifications to Cabinet rather than putting the emphasis on public safety. Mr. Speaker, as we all too poignantly recall from the disaster at École Polytechnique, that the classification system in this country allows some very dangerous weapons to be in the hands of ordinary citizens. And when those ordinary citizens are not stable, Mr. Speaker, disaster can result. This also limits provincial powers to attach conditions of license. And, Mr. Speaker, why are we then touching provincial jurisdiction? Why is this government, which claims to want to leave everything to the provinces to decide, and as much as they can, they will get out of a business, for example, housing or for public transit, and just say to the province, here's some money, do whatever you want. And yet here, they're actually removing the right of the province to attach conditions of license, which is not a good thing. It's not more safe. Finally, it grants this grace period to persons whose license expires. Mr. Speaker, every 5 years and every year, I get a notice from the provincial government here in Ontario that says, my car license is going to run out, I better renew it. And every 5 years, I get a notice from the provincial government saying, my driver's license is going to run out, I better renew it. Well, if the same thing were to happen with a firearms license, there'd be no excuses. Is this because the government doesn't want to have to bother finding people? Is it because they don't want to have to bother actually reminding people? Because it is something that maybe needs a bit of reminding. But, Mr. Speaker, to actually grant an exemption, to grant a grace period is dangerous, according to some witnesses. Mr. Speaker, we in the NDP put public safety first. That's very clear in all of our positions, in all of our comments on the various budget decisions that this government has made, and in all of our positions on issues like the food safety. Mr. Speaker, this government was in power when the listeriosis outbreak took place. Now, public safety was put at risk to the point that people lost their lives. And, Mr. Speaker, that's something that we should not and cannot accept. And to cut the budgets of the department that is responsible for keeping people safe, such as the Food Safety Department, Mr. Speaker, is an unconscionable act of neglecting the public safety that we are so determined on this side of the House to protect. Then there was the E. coli outbreak. Now, as far as we know, no one died. People did get sick. And our reputation with the U.S. was seriously harmed. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, it was budget cuts to the health and safety of Canadians and to the safety of the system that looks after our food safety, Mr. Speaker, that caused public safety to be put at risk. Mr. Speaker, rail safety is another point where this government has actually lowered the safety standards to the point where 47 people in Lac-Mégantic in July of 2013 lost their lives, and an entire town was decimated. The center of that town was decimated. Now, the government says, well, we better fix things. But since that time, Mr. Speaker, there have been several other major train derailments that have taken place in other parts of the country by only good fortune, by only luck, has this government escaped yet another massive disaster. And what do we know about the reaction of the government? We know that there's one new inspector out of the hundreds of inspectors. There isn't a determination by this government to actually make our rail system more safe. And, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the notion of gun safety, we learn that the RCMP is sometimes ill-equipped with their own firearms to go up against the firearms that are available to other Canadians. And so some of them have lost their lives as a result, Mr. Speaker, and that is shameful. And we know that this government has actually cut the budget for the RCMP to the point that they have to abandon good programs in order to focus on the programs that this government says is the priority. And, Mr. Speaker, you can't keep juggling without running a risk of leaving some people unprotected, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what happens. In my riding of York South-Weston, none of what is going on in C-42 will actually make anybody any safer. In fact, the problem in my riding is the preponderance of handguns, and in particular handguns amongst young people. When I go to a grade 10 class and ask the students sitting there how many of them own an illegal handgun or know someone who owns an illegal handgun, and half the hands go up, Mr. Speaker, that is an astonishing result. That is absolutely astounding, and it's happened not just once, not just twice, but several occasions where the same result happens, Mr. Speaker. It means that in and amongst the residents of my riding, there are handguns, illegal handguns, in the hands of young people. Mr. Speaker, that happens because this government, has cut CBSA. They have reduced the number of inspections that goes on at the border, and as we discovered this week, CBSA officers don't even have access to proper information in order to be able to stop criminals from re-entering Canada, in order to be able to stop people who have no business coming into Canada from coming into Canada. Mr. Speaker, the NDP believes that public safety is one of the most important things that a federal government should be in charge of and should actually do. And for this federal government to abandon public safety at every turn is absolutely wrong, and we won't stand for it. Mr. Speaker, this bill does nothing to make people safer. It makes them less safe, and as a result, we will be opposing this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened very carefully to what my colleague here across the way had to say, and I must say that he was very light on the facts. In fact, most of what he said was factually incorrect. He said we are relaxing the rules. We are not relaxing any of the rules. Public safety is not being compromised. He said it's going to be easier to transport. Totally false. The rules that we have in place today will still be in place after this bill is passed. He said the police will not know where you're going. They today do not check the authorization to transport thing. They do not get that information. So that won't change. He may not realize that in some provinces, like British Columbia, your authorization to transport is good for 3 years, the same as what we are implementing now, that it's going to become part of the license. That's not changing. But there's a huge discrepancy across the provinces as to how this is implemented. He said that firearms owners will get a notice that their firearms license is expired. Today, over half the firearms owners don't get that notice. That's a very serious thing. So in 6 months of a grace period, if they go to buy ammo, they will realize that their license has expired because they won't be able to buy ammunition or go hunting. So much of what the member said is completely misleading. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The eligibility is reviewed daily. That you don't need to renew your license. Your eligibility as to whether you should have a gun is reviewed every night.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me read to you from one of the witnesses who said, this is from the president of the Coalition for Gun Control. She said, "We believe that relaxing the controls over authorizations to transport will increase the risk that these firearms will be misused. If you can transport your firearm to any gun club in the province, it means you can be virtually anywhere with it, Mr. Speaker." And, Mr. Speaker, I did not say that people did get a notice that their license had expired. I said perhaps they should get a notice that their license has expired in such a way that they would know in advance of it expiring, and we wouldn't be talking here about some kind of weird 6-month grace period to allow people time to do whatever it is they have to do. Mr. Speaker, no other license that we have has any kind of a grace period, and to impose one for gun control is making things less safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Trinity.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
What I find fascinating about this debate so far, and the member from York South has highlighted once again, is the sort of cultural divide. You can stand here and say, I get it. Rural Canada, parts of this nation where hunting is a way of sustaining life, not just a question of privilege, is a different set of cultures, but there's an urban reality to this debate that is constantly being ignored. Making it easier to transport guns in urban settings is dangerous, in the same way that riding a bicycle on a highway is easier in a rural community than it is in an urban community. In North York, you don't ride a bicycle on the highway. In South River, you can. There's a difference. It's like snowmobiling. You don't snowmobile down downtown Toronto streets no matter how much snow there is. You might do it in a rural community. We get it. Could the member explain why relaxing gun controls in urban centers and making it easier to transport weapons in urban centers scares people in urban centers because of the danger that guns present to communities there?
The honourable member for York South Western. You had less than a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the member from Trinity Spadina's question, because it strikes at the heart of part of what's going on here. We have a system of gun control and of gun legislations that has been designed for some complaints that came from rural parts of Canada. But in my riding of York South Weston and in many urban centres, gun legislation, this kind of change to the gun legislation will only make things less safe. There is nothing in this in an urban centre that makes things more safe. It makes it less safe. And, Mr. Speaker, we already have enough illegal weapons on the ground in the city of Toronto that we can't seem to control because we can't stop them at the border, that to make the transportation of legally owned weapons more easier in the city of Toronto is something that people are afraid of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to debate C-42, the bill that's called the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act, which is in fact what it is. This is a bill that's very important to my constituents and to law-abiding firearms community across Canada. It's also a bill that is very important to me personally. As members know, I will not be running again in the next election. As members also know, changes to our firearms laws to make them safe and sensible have been something that I've worked on very hard during the time that I've been in this place. I introduced almost half a dozen private members' bills to reduce needless red tape that have been heaped upon law-abiding gun owners over the years. And I'm pleased that many of the measures I have advocated for over the years have made their way into legislation introduced by ministers in our Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are interested in the facts of what this Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act will do, and also what it won't do. This important point is something that the NDP and Liberals seem to forget. This bill is make participation in the classroom component of the firearms safety training course mandatory for the first time for firearms owners. It will ensure that all of those who join the rapidly growing ranks of the 2.2 million licensed firearms owners will have a common understanding of how to safely operate firearms. What it will not do, and I'd like to quote, is allow duck hunting with a machine gun capable of bringing down an aircraft. This is the shocking misinformation suggested by NDP members from Marc Aurel Fortin. What the bill will do is end needless paperwork around the authorization to transport restricted and prohibited firearms. This paperwork was not shared with law enforcement, or anyone for that matter. It was simply filed away in a drawer, never to be thought about again. What the bill will not do, as the Liberal leader suggested, Bill C-42 would allow handguns and assault weapons to be freely transported in a trunk anywhere within a province, even parked outside a Canadian Tire or local hockey arena. End of quote. As you don't need to believe me, Mr. Speaker, the nonpartisan Assistant Deputy Minister of Public Safety was asked about these comments and whether they were accurate. Her answer was simple and straightforward. She said no. Mr. Speaker, either the Liberal leader is cynically trying to scare Canadians, or he simply has no understanding about how firearms laws work in Canada. Either way, it is just another example that he's just not up to the job of leading. The Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act will also establish a 6-month grace period for firearms owners so that they do not become criminals overnight when their license expires. And I was listening to the debate previously, and they said, well, you get a notice for every other license, but you don't become a criminal if you neglect to renew your driver's license. That's very different with a firearms license. The NDP member for Newton North Delta said, for a gun owner, it would be still perfectly okay for 6 months after one's license expires. That would be legalized in this legislation. When my driver's license expires, it expires on that date, and I have to get it renewed beforehand. While that is a correct statement, what she forgets is that if I forget to renew my driver's license, I face about a $200 fine. If I forget to renew my firearms license, I face many years in prison. This simply does not make sense. We need common sense. That's what this bill is all about. This bill will also merge the possession-only license and the possession and acquisition license. This technical sounding change can be broken down very simply. Approximately 600,000 experienced firearms owners did not want to comply with the Liberal firearms regime back in 1995. They did not want to jump through hoops, as they had owned guns for some time. This category was created, therefore, but they were not allowed to buy new firearms. This group averages about 60 years of age. They have all had their firearms in excess of 20 years. They are well trained in how to safely use firearms. So this change will be good for the economy, as this large group of people will be able to purchase firearms. Let's listen to what Pierre Latraverse of the Quebec Hunters and Anglers Federation had to say about this measure. He said, "It's a very positive measure, given that there will only be a single license under these conditions. This is much more representative of what owning a firearm is like. Currently, there are 2 licenses, a possession license and a possession and acquisition license. If you only have a possession license, you cannot purchase firearms. You have to go through the system to buy a possession and acquisition license. With the merger, a hunter won't have to go through the whole administrative process again to purchase another firearm." End of quote. The Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act will also restrict the ability of chief firearms officers to make arbitrary decisions. Currently, Section 58 of the Firearms Act gives authority to unelected bureaucrats that I do not believe exists anywhere else in law. Let me read this section for you. It says, and I quote, "A chief firearms officer who issues a license, an authorization to carry, or an authorization to transport may attach any reasonable condition to it that the chief firearms officer considers desirable in the particular circumstances and in the interests of the public safety of the holder or any other person." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, Tony Bernardo, the executive director of the Canadian Shooting Sports Association, rightly described this section as creating God powers for the CFO. we will return elected officials to their rightful place as the overseers of bureaucrats. I've talked a lot about measures that will reduce red tape. I would also like to talk about a measure that I find very important in the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. That is the strengthening of firearms prohibition orders for those who have been convicted of domestic violence offenses. Mr. Speaker, we believe that past behavior is a good indicator of future results. Clearly, someone who has a serious conviction for domestic violence is volatile. We do not believe that firearms ought to be present in those types of situations. The last measure in the bill that I would like to touch on is the ability for elected officials to overturn decisions of the Canadian Firearms Program regarding classification. We all recall the decision of the Canadian Firearms Program to attempt to ban 2 firearms that had been sold in Canada for well over a decade. Well over a decade. In fact, by the stroke of a bureaucrat's pen, thousands of Canadians were turned into criminals overnight, probably without their knowledge. This was without consulting the Minister of Public Safety or his staff, without consulting the Public Safety Committee, without consulting anyone. It's clear that this is unacceptable. That is why we are creating this measure. And it is why, as soon as this bill receives royal assent, we will move to restore the classification of the Swiss Arms family of rifles and the CZ-858 to its previous non-restricted status. Mr. Speaker, as many of my colleagues have said throughout the course of this debate, it is about culture. 2.2 million Canadians are licensed firearms owners, many in Toronto, by the way, despite what some people here think. And an estimated 4 million Canadians partake in hunting, fishing, trapping, or sport shooting. I'll repeat that. 4 million Canadians participate in these things. And why is that, Mr. Speaker? It's because these activities are part of our shared Canadian heritage.
That's absolutely right.
But it seems that the members opposite fail to understand that, as I have pointed out today in a few of their quotations. But it gets worse. Despite the objections, it is clear that both the NDP and Liberals would bring back the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry should they ever get the chance. The NDP leader said on December 3rd of this past year, and I quote, "I think that it is possible to provide the police with the tools to better protect the public and themselves by making sure they're able to follow every gun. I have nothing against seeing honest farmers and duck hunters to be able to have their weapons. But you know, that honest hunter who goes out with his pickup truck, it's a registered pickup truck, the trailer's registered, and the 4x4 is registered, heck, his dog is registered. New Democrats have confidence in the ability of farmers and duck hunters to fill out a form," end of quote. And the Liberal leader has said, "I voted to keep the firearms registry, and if we had a vote tomorrow, I would vote once again to keep the long gun registry." Mr. Speaker, it gets worse. The Liberal member from Trinity Spadina said he even drew a moral equivalency between hunters and jihadi terrorists.
Shameful.
It would be unbelievable if it were not from the same party whose former Justice Minister said that he, quote, came to Ottawa firmly of the belief that only the police and military should have access to firearms, end of quote. The fact of the matter is that it is only our Conservative government, led by this Prime Minister and this Minister of Public Safety, who will stand up for the rights of law-abiding gun owners. Mr. Speaker, approval for this bill is widespread. Let's listen to the former police officer from Saskatchewan, Murray Grismer, who said, and I quote, "As a veteran police officer, master firearms instructor, and court-qualified expert, I am of the opinion changes in Bill C-42, the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act, contrary to what others would have you believe, do not constitute a threat to public safety, nor do they inhibit a police officer from executing his or her duties. In fact, they enhance public safety. And through the simplification of the licensing regime, and ATTs greatly assist police officers in the execution of their duties, all done by the application of a little common sense. And let's listen to Professor Gary Mauser from Simon Fraser University in British Columbia, who said, and I quote, "I do not think that any of the changes in Bill C-42 would increase the danger to women or children through guns. At the present time, only 2% of accused murderers have any kind of firearms license. That's PAL, POL, or the old FAC. So this is a very small group of people, and nothing would change. Gun ownership is subject to intense scrutiny to achieve a license, and secondly, nightly, to make sure that there are no restraining orders or any kind of offenses committed overnight. Nothing in this bill would reduce that." End of quotation. And Greg Ellerbrun from the Saskatchewan Wildlife Federation said, quote, "I understand that there are serious disconnects between the legitimate firearms users and those for whom the very mention of the word gun strikes unwarranted fear into their hearts. Sadly, this is the reality, which is continuously fueled by a politically motivated and sensationalist media agenda. Today's measures do represent common sense improvements, and for that I thank you. Legitimate firearms owners are ready to get to work. We will help you foster the discussion and assist in creating a common sense act that stops criminalizing the traditional lifestyle of legitimate firearms users in Canada." End of quote. Even the editorial board from the National Post was on side. They said, and I quote, "The Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act is good news for responsible gun owners, and good news, as the name suggests, for common sense. It shows that it is possible to streamline the process of legally acquiring a firearm without reducing the already stringent controls on their ownership, and we welcome its passage." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly a bill that is supported by a wide cross-section of Canadian society. And what's more important, it is good, sound policy that will make Canadians safer without needless red tape. It will make sure that the criminal justice system focuses on bad guys, not on ordinary folks who forgot to fill out a form. I could go on for much longer on this issue that is very close to my heart, but I see my time is about to expire, and I would like to leave members with one parting thought. At the core of this bill is Canada's outdoors culture. I am the outgoing chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Outdoors Caucus, and I'm also a member of the Conservative Hunting and Angling Caucus, the only party that has such a body. And some members of the Liberal and NDP took debate on this bill as an opportunity to engage in a drive-by smear of outdoors enthusiasts by saying those who want to be able to obey clear rules are part of an American-style gun lobby, as if we should hang our heads in shame at such a moniker. This is patently ridiculous, and it is offensive to the millions of Canadians who engage in hunting and sport shooting. I want to quote Greg Ferrand from the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters, who said at committee, and I quote, "Firearms owners in Canada are judges, lawyers, farmers, electricians, mechanics, plumbers, accountants, even federal politicians who live in and represent urban ridings. They are not criminals. They are not gang members, but rather they are lawful firearms owners who obey the law." End of quote. The laws, as they are currently drafted, discourage ownership of firearms and seek to bring about the end of hunting and sport shooting in Canada. We will never stand by and let this happen. Conservatives will always fight for respect for those who enjoy outdoor heritage activities. When the vote comes at third reading on the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act, I can assure everyone in this House that the firearms community will be watching, and they will take that into consideration during the events that are coming up this fall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to answering any questions if there are.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. The allegations made by the member opposite are completely absurd. This government obviously didn't consult a lot of major stakeholders, and they didn't pay attention to the concerns of the police when it comes to the unauthorized carrying of weapons. So I'd like to know, what groups did the government consult? Did they consult police forces? Did they consult the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police and the other police bodies? Did they consult the provinces and territories? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that question for the opportunity that gives me to clarify some of the misinformation that's out there. Yes, we did consult far and wide. In fact, at committee, police organizations were invited to attend. And when she says that it's the unauthorized carry that concerns them, an ATT, as we have it in this legislation, does not allow you to carry a gun in an unauthorized manner. That is a completely false statement. You are misleading, through you, Mr. Speaker, she is misleading the public. The ATTs that will become part of the license, ATT stands for Authorization to Transport, don't change any of the rules as far as gun owners being able to transport their guns. They will still have to have them locked up doubly. Okay, and most people don't realize that. You have to have on trigger locks, and you have to have it in a locked case. And very often, to be sure, gun owners will also lock it in their trunk. Things do not change because of this Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. So I wish the member would withdraw the statement she made. We consulted far and wide, and there is nothing here that compromises public safety.
Questions and comments. Question come on side. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
The member attributed comments to me that, quite frankly, I have no recollection ever having been made about terrorism and gun owners, which I find odd. If he'd care to table them with me, I'd love to review them. But I think his aim is a little off, and he may want to go back to the gun range and practice a bit. If one thing is clear, it's clear that extremists in the Conservative Party are radicalizing some of the older members. But the situation is this. The situation is this. What has changed in the ATT is that you no longer have to go directly from your house to the gun range. You are now allowed to make several stops in between. And the concern that the police have, and the concern that people in urban areas have, is that stopping in between, especially when you're leaving a gun range, is an opportunity for someone to break into the car and steal guns. And that's a problem that has been persistent in Toronto. And so the issue is this. Will you acknowledge that that's a change? And if that's a change, could you explain why it's good for urban areas to present that possibility of guns getting into the hands of the wrong people?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
I appreciate the member's humor, but what he says is not funny, because nothing has changed. I don't know how many times I have to say this. The ATT that is part of your license does not change any of the rules as far as transportation is concerned. It changes nothing. So quit, through you, Mr. Speaker, the member should quit presenting false information.
The honourable member for Prince George Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'd just like to acknowledge the colleague of mine that made this speech before. Yeah, I indeed have taken his boots and I've put them on and as co-chair of the Outdoors Caucus. And I hope to do it justice as the member has over all these years. And it's going to be, again, hard to do, but there's a challenge. We've heard statements from different parties across the way today, Mr. Speaker, about that they're not going to reenact the long gun registry. They're not going to reenact the long gun registry from both parties. But I guess the evidence is clear. One actually did create the registry. The other party is fighting to keep the registry. And there's a party across the way, our party, that's gotten rid of the registry and works to get every bit of that data destroyed. I guess I just would like to ask the member which party, and he can highlight this, has got hunters and anglers in their corner fighting for their concerns in Canada.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate the member from Prince George Peace River for taking on the co-chairmanship of the Outdoors Caucus. It's an all-party caucus. Members from every party are part of it, including the Green Party, and I think it really is his job there to really highlight the traditional heritage activities that we need to protect in Canada. There are people who are trying to destroy our heritage activities, and we need to defend them. And so I wish him the best as he co-chairs that caucus. I'm sure he will do a good job. Who are the people that we are representing? Probably between 4 and 5 million people look to us to give leadership on the file that we have been debating today. That's a sizable part of the Canadian mosaic. It indicates how many people really are interested in our heritage outdoors activities. There are more, just for one example, there are more people that fish than play hockey and golf together in Canada. And so it's these activities that we need to ensure are properly protected. Hunting is enjoyed by many people, and we need to get more young people involved. The more young people are involved in these outdoor heritage activities, the less involved they are in unhealthy activities. And so we need to promote these things. Young people can really enjoy hunting and shooting, fishing, all these outdoor activities. And so I thank the member for this question. I think it strikes to the heart of why the Conservative Party really represents a part of the population in Canada that the other two parties would like to dismiss and, in fact, fight against.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The member on his involvement with the sports shooting community. I have sports shooters in my family, and we know that the safe use of firearms is possible. But his speech didn't do justice with the semi-paranoid discourse that he undertook. I'd like to talk about real problems that other members have mentioned, such as cuts to the CBSA, which has hampered our ability to counter the predominant threat to Canadians, which is organized crime. And he talked about the bad guys. Integrated border enforcement teams in the 2010 report on threat assessment, they said that the threat from non-urban regions of the border is low. But with increased enforcement in urban regions, the border points in rural regions, places like Sault Ste. Marie, all of a sudden the smuggling could move to these regions. Firearms smuggling could move to these regions. And the ATTs have been changed in this case with border points. So could the member address how the Conservative government is going to address this problem of criminal activity from organized crime moving to rural border points for gun smuggling, and what is the government going to do to counter this threat?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville. You have a little better than a minute.
The question really has nothing to do with the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. But let me say this and tie it together with what we're debating today. If we stop wasting resources on needless paperwork, and that was one of the things that was really a tragedy with the long gun registry, $2 billion going down a big black hole where it didn't accomplish anything. Now use those resources instead to target the problems that we do have, and smuggling is a problem, and that's something I agree with the member that we need to take a look at, and in fact our government is doing just that. But we have to ensure that when we have scarce taxpayers' dollars, that we use them in the right way. And needless paper pushing, as the old ATTs were, it did absolutely nothing. It didn't even inform the police as to who had a firearms license or was transporting it anywhere. And I appreciate the question the member has, because I think it ties in with what we're trying to accomplish here in government. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. I'll pick up on that. Is the House ready for the question? Yes. The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Mr. Blaney, seconded by Mr. Goodyear, move that Bill C-42, an act to amend the Firearms Act and the Criminal Code and to make a related amendment and a consequential amendment to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? On division. Carried. Third
reading of this bill. Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, as you know, I attempted to get unanimous consent for a motion and unfortunately did not succeed. I'm going to try again one more time, and I'm more optimistic that this time, there having been further consultations among the parties, that we will have such consent. And the motion reads as follows, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the order for consideration of Ways and Means motion number 23 be deemed read, the motion to concur deemed moved and seconded, the question deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred to Monday, June 1st, 2015, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has now heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Unanimous consent. The consent has to be unanimous. Is it unanimous? It is unanimous and carries. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think you'd find consent to agree to see the clock at 1:30.
Nice try there. Does the Honourable Chief Government Whip have unanimous consent to see the clock as being at 1:30? Yes, so ordered. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, étape du rapport du projet de loi C.
Report stage of Bill C-643, National Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Day Act, in the name of Ms. Perrault.
Comme il y a aucune motion à l'étape.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Appuyé par M.
Ms. Perrault, seconded by Mr. Fletcher, moves that Bill C-643, an act to establish National Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Day, be concurred in at report stage.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il lu?
When shall the bill be read a third time?
Maintenant, now. Monsieur Parot, Madame Parot, appuyée par
Ms. Perrault, seconded by Mr. Fletcher, moves that to Bill C-643, an act to establish National Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
l'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention to this House that I'm very pleased and honoured to present my bill, an act to establish National Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Day. And I'm very happy and pleased that we are at this stage and that the proceedings have been so cordial. The bill has followed the procedures and come through this far. It is the work of collaboration, and I hope will become a very important day for people dealing with spinal cord injury. I also want to underscore the support of our partners who supported us during these steps and accompanied us one way or the other in the development of this bill. I'm thinking of the Institute Spinal Cord Injury Issue Canada and Quebec. They have given their support without their full support. It will be the third Friday of September. That will be the day. And after a number of discussions, we came to the conclusion that the day, the Awareness Day, could be very helpful for citizens, employees, and employers. And that inevitably there would be positive spin-offs for people who are dealing with spinal cord injury. I'm confident that we will be able to show to you, colleagues, that this bill will have an important and real impact on people with spinal cord injury to so that their situation is described. The third Friday, therefore, of September will be the National Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Day. Why did we choose the third Friday of September? Well, we took some realities into account. The fact that there are two big priorities. Following the summer period is one, and there are also, it's the period that precedes the winter. The third Friday of September is symbolic because for a person with a new spinal cord injury, it's the start of fall. A new season is beginning, a difficult season where it gets darker and it's winter. This will give an additional tool for organizations and caregivers to raise awareness among the public. It's also something that recognizes the harsh reality that faces someone leaving a re-education center with a spinal cord injury. Sometimes this is the time when the person realizes that their situation has changed, that they will be facing new limits, and they will need to work to improve their lives on a daily basis in order to achieve something that vaguely resembles their previous life. They need a lot of perseverance to continue and to adapt to this new reality. This bill includes 3 parts: awareness. We want to encourage these people to participate actively without being judged in our society, and if possible, develop their talents in other areas and benefit. This will be an important aspect, and this day will enable people with spinal cord injuries to look into opportunities available to them. It will also enable people to share their experiences. This will help people to establish a new life for themselves, because these people must realize that there are challenges they will face, and that the situation is difficult. They will face difficulty with respect to movement, ice, snow removal. Many different things will pose a challenge for them. We want to underscore the dedication of people who help people with spinal cord injuries on a daily basis. And they face issues such as anxiety and physical exhaustion. And if someone wakes up in the morning without energy, without that it's difficult in the morning, it's a blessing from above to have someone to support you through that and to give you the courage to continue on. There are many people with spinal cord injuries, and it's important to point out in recent years that there have been significant improvements in neuroscience, everything surrounding the nervous system, such as cartography. The Sacred Heart Church in Montreal, the trauma sector, has taken steps, made breakthroughs, and have developed technology for the spinal cord. As a result, there is communication that's reestablished between the nerves and the brain. This requires a great deal of personal perseverance by scientists, by people with the injury. And there are a lot of emotions that come out during this situation. There are highs and lows, but with all situations, there are positive sides. There are excellent interdisciplinary teams that come together to work on these important issues. For some years now, when it comes time to making room for persons with disabilities, inclusion is the issue. Inclusion means taking into account the differences of a person faces. Inclusion requires mobilization and a collective will for society in all its aspects to focus on integration for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, Now, as you know, every small step designed to improve the life for a person with a disability requires a number of policies, and I think that that's what we're doing here, taking a step. As elected officials, we must focus on inclusion. We must show that we are open. And I think that the inclusion of persons with disabilities in our society cannot be achieved without the know-how of the medical profession. Finally, sometimes I have the impression that inclusion gets lost in the shuffle. But for a person with a disability, they must be reassured that accessibility, home care, and other measures are available. It's important to understand that this bill is designed to create a National Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Day. It's far from being just symbolic. It will also help to reduce the number of people who incur spinal cord injuries. It will be beneficial for all. I will reiterate, as I often say, spinal cord injuries can hit anyone. They are not discriminatory. Mr. Speaker, I will explain what I mean by my comment because people may think that I don't understand people with a spinal cord injury, but oftentimes talking to people can shed light on a number of issues. Now, I've understood the importance of this date. This bill is at the basis of work that has been done for citizens in this country to improve our situation. Sometimes people think that they haven't done enough, but here, this bill may seem to be a modest step. It is an incredible tool that will provide us with something to help the people with disabilities in Canada. There will be subsequent steps. The quality of life of all citizens will be positively improved. The creation of this day, a National Awareness Day, will ultimately substantially help to improve health care, to raise awareness of techniques and therapy, and promote research in science. It will contribute to the economy of the country as well. Increasing hope is a winning strategy, and today the first step is to continue to work to ensure that this bill makes it through the subsequent stages. Social and broader social acceptance is also very important. It will make our communities fairer. The principles outlined in it are clear, and we must promote the acceptance for our common good. And it's also important to point out that the government is doing its part of research, and however, funding is often thanks to the generosity of the public. Creating a National Awareness Day will create more opportunities to raise funds and organize other fundraising campaigns. And this day will enable organizations to focus on the issue, and the opportunities are endless. This bill will serve to make people aware of issues faced by people with spinal cord injury and will help to raise funds for research, encourage volunteers as well. It can help enhance communications on this very important issue while at the same time taking steps in the same direction. It will help to provide assistance to colleagues, neighbors, specialists, caregivers, etc. We are all equal when it comes to this type of injury. My personal experience, like the experience of people I spoke to, has convinced me that the establishing of the National Awareness Day for spinal cord injury is an important step to take for persons with disabilities in Canada. Mr. Speaker, what I often say and what people living with functional mobility or physical mobility say, we have the same aptitudes, the same qualities, and the same personalities as people who are involved in extreme sports. I hope that my colleagues opposite will agree with me that we all need to have the determination and courage as well as the will to improve our lives. I think that we can all learn about what some people face in terms of daily obstacles. Some people don't understand truly, and it's up to us to improve knowledge of the situation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we appreciate the motion or the bill that's before the House, and applaud the member for the effort, no doubt, that she has put into making this actually possible. Understand September, I think it's 18th, it's the third Friday, which will be our first National Awareness Day, and just maybe ask her maybe to provide some further comment in terms of when we think of the injury, the importance of healthcare and healthcare services. And that will once again, designating this day, provide an opportunity for those individuals to maybe even look at appealing to governments at different levels and different organizations, as she made reference in terms of fundraising. There's all sorts of unlimited possibilities by recognizing this, and maybe if she just wants to provide some comment on the importance of research and healthcare dollars on the issue.
Honourable Député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Well, when we talk about research, the Institute is the one that has pushed research so far for spinal cord injury victims. A lot remains to be done. But at present, breakthroughs have been achieved. Well, what more could I say? I'm not a physician, but at present, the rehabilitation centers are working very hard so that as soon as an accident occurs, someone sustains a spinal cord injury, they are taken in immediately, because over the years that they've realized that the quicker they take charge of these people, the quicker they can operate, the better chance for rehabilitation these people have. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Montcalm for bringing this motion forward. I wonder if the member could elaborate a little bit on how society can remove systemic barriers that prevent, certainly historically prevent, persons with disability or mobility challenges, what society can do to be inclusive for all Canadians of every ability.
Honourable Député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Well, naturally, when people ask me what we can do to make a society more inclusive, there are two things that come to mind very quickly: accessibility and transportation. I would like to emphasize transportation because at present it is a huge issue for persons with disabilities. Whether they're in a wheelchair, they need to go to work, they don't have access. Even the trains, the regional trains, it's not every train that's accessible either. They're not all accessible, and these trains for this that head out to the suburbs are not all accessible. So a great deal of work needs to be done with respect to transportation and the accessibility and availability of accessible transportation. Access to buildings. There are many buildings that have accessible signage outside, but they're not really accessible. And you realize that when you go to the washroom, because not all wheelchairs will fit into the bathroom. Now, Mr. Fletcher is chuckling over there, but I'm sure that he, too, knows what I'm referring to. Well, I see my colleague over there chuckling, because I'm sure that he fully understands the issues that I'm talking about here. And, of course, I would like to invite all colleagues to spend a full day and to follow us around for an entire day in a wheelchair from morning till night, to see all of the transfers that we have to do and whatnot. It's something that is physically very demanding. So With respect to transportation, I think that a great deal of work needs to be done, and with respect to accessibility.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Charles Woods, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank again the member for Montcalm for her leadership in the area of spinal cord injury and disability, and her contribution to Canada as a whole. Public service is difficult, and the member from Montcalm, I think, has distinguished herself. Just to pick up where the member left off on the washroom issue and encouraging everyone to spend a day in a wheelchair. Now, we do that. My a colleague from Edmonton has done that. And I used to bring people together. And what I would do is in the morning, they would come and gather in my office. They get their wheelchair. And I'd make sure I give them lots of coffee. And then, you know, at the end of the day, if anyone said that they had spent the entire day in the wheelchair, knew for sure that they were telling maybe a white lie, because the washrooms are hard to find, and when you get there, it's hard to know what to do if you're in a wheelchair. So I think that is something that is really emblematic of what happens. Just having a flush entrance does not mean the facility is accessible. Mr. Speaker, part of Spinal Cord Awareness Week, and the United Kingdom has a day, Australia has a week, is awareness. And what happens to the body when you have a spinal cord injury, I don't think is well understood. And it's because nobody wants to talk about what it actually means. It's very uncomfortable. I'm going to use this opportunity to explain some of the uncomfortable realities of a spinal cord injury. Generally, there's quadriplegics and paraplegics. Paraplegic is someone who has use of their arms. Quadriplegic is someone who is, like myself, paralyzed from the neck down. So what does that mean, paralyzed from the neck down? Well, the obvious is can't move any muscles below the neck. But it also means don't feel hunger, don't feel hot or cold, the sense of touch. It's a bit like being a turtle on a log. You move towards the ambient temperature of the room or the environment in which you find yourself. You can't feed yourself. You can't dress yourself or undress. You can't shower. You need, like in my case, a high level people 24 hours a day to help with the activities of daily living. Going to the washroom. You know, again, this is really icky, but it's a reality. And, there's a variety of things that people do, like indwelling catheters and other kind of medical devices, and same on the bowel side. The individual with the injury needs help with all of that. And that is really difficult. And then you combine it with the need for proper care, which is always difficult to find and finance. Some people are fortunate to have insurance. In most cases, the insurance isn't nearly enough, and that's something that I think auto insurance companies and workers' comp need to look at, because that's where most of the spinal cord injuries come from, is driving and at work. And the issue of reproduction is compromised as well. And it is a fundamental part of being human. We are physical creatures. So the change in the lifestyle that the member Montcalm is describing is almost a metamorphosis into a different kind of existence. I have to live in my mind. And I'm very glad that I live in Canada, where someone like the member from Montcalm or myself or many others can be a quadriplegic or a paraplegic and still contribute to society. But there are many, many barriers. And they include just attitudinal issues. I'm sure the member from Montcalm's had this happen to her. You go to a restaurant, someone asks the person you're with what you want to eat, and they say, well, why don't you ask the person in the wheelchair? And then they will sort of raise their voice and say, what would you like to eat? Like there's some sort of cognitive or hearing impairment associated with the wheelchair. Now, these are well-intentioned people, but too many people just haven't had the awareness. And I was one of those people before my accident. In 1996, I admit it. The other things, accommodation in the workplace. I'll just say in the House of Commons, I'd like to thank all the colleagues for allowing a stranger in the House, which is my caregiver, who sits with me here in committees, in cabinet, in everywhere, and nobody raises an eyebrow. And there have been efforts to adjust the seating to accommodate wheelchairs. I remember when I got here, they put me over on the opposition side because we were in opposition, and Claude, the architect, described all the things they had to do to accommodate me, and I said, okay, well, Claude, all that's temporary. And he kind of looked at me and I said, yes, because in a few months, I'll be on the government side of the House. Yeah. And he laughed, and then I looked at him in the eye and I said, and then I'm going to run for Speaker. If you want to see an architect meltdown, that's one way to do it. But I give those examples as if the most sensitive committees at the highest level in Canadian society can accommodate a quadriplegic who can't even move a finger, there's no reason workplaces or educational institutions or any other part of society not be able to accommodate a person with a disability. They may not be able to answer or get to the solve a problem in the same way as most people, but they'll get there. Technology is a great equalizer. Mr. Speaker, and I'm not competing, to play football or anything. Focus on your strength. When I was asked when I ran the first time, the people say interesting things. First, I don't sound disabled. That was a classic. I was asked, why would anyone vote for me, given I was really a nobody and in this physical situation. And my response to that, this was on the radio, true story, I'd rather be paralyzed from the neck down than the neck up. And the point there is, Canada is a place where we need to not judge, but evaluate people on the content of their character, on their ability to contribute and be creative in how that contribution is made. We also have to ensure that we have the supports, home care, transportation, very big, the educational system. We need to empower people so that they can make the best decisions for themselves and remove the systemic barriers that exist. And what we say for spinal cord injury applies to senior citizens. Mr. Speaker, you may be interested in with that. And it applies to people with temporary disabilities or episodic disabilities. So it goes on and on. When we all pull together, I just want to say one more thing. Dr. Failings, to Toronto Western, is a medical hero in Canada. Just last week, he announced, it was in the media, that research had allowed paraplegics to gain more sensation through his work and his team's work in the central nervous system. That is a game changer. The government invests in this, and I know all the parties support that kind of investment. But boy, wouldn't it be wonderful someday if spinal cord injury or brain injury was something for the history books, and that we would all be able to live long and prosperous lives. We do live in the best country in the world, the best time in human history to be alive, and God bless Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for York South-Weston. I'm not sure anybody would want to follow that speech. I don't. It's your turn.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise in my place, and I have to say that I rise in my place because my two colleagues who preceded me could not rise in their place. And it's because they are the bravest human beings in this room, and I want to thank them, both of them, for all of their courage, all of their efforts, a wonderful, heartfelt speeches, and I'm not. I certainly can't add anything to what was said by those two incredible individuals. Both of them are living proof that we can adapt our society, no matter what the need, to accommodate those individuals who need accommodation in the workplace, in society, in ordinary daily living, in transportation, as the member from Montcalm had said. And I tried on the Spinal Cord Awareness Day to be in a wheelchair for a full day, and I tell you, it wasn't easy. Bathrooms were difficult. I did stick to it in the bathroom, but eventually I had to give up waiting for a bus because the the folks running the buses said, "Oh, we don't have enough buses. We're not going to be able to transport you." And so I wasn't going to make it back for a vote. But I did get back in the chair after that particular occurrence. My brother has multiple sclerosis, and while it's not a spinal cord injury, he is well on his way to being full-time in a wheelchair. He's not there yet, but I watch him and realize that in his case, it's not a sudden and traumatic injury. It's a long and gradual and painful transition to where the member for Charleswood at St. James of Assiniboia and the member for Montcalm are now. And it's hard to watch. It's sad, but it makes me all the more determined as the critic for persons with disabilities to create a Canada in which everything we can possibly do is done not just to raise awareness and not just to do research, but to actually make it possible for everyone to live as though they were no different from anyone else. So, Mr. Speaker, I can't say more. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I want to thank again my colleagues for their incredible speeches, and God bless Canada, God bless you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to add a few thoughts on this issue. The member from Charleswood for a very passionate speech, and the member from Montcalm for having the tenacity, and it does take a great deal of tenacity in order to not only just generate the idea, put it on a piece of paper, but also to get it through the House. It relies a little bit on luck, too, I must say. So she was in a great position to actually do something of some substance. And so we're debating this issue today because of her efforts. But let me get back to my friend from Charleswood, who I think articulated exceptionally well why it is that we as a society really need to get a better understanding of the impact of some of the things that happen virtually every day in our community or in our vast country, and the consequence of that. He speaks with obvious first-hand experience, Mr. Speaker. I have known of the member for actually many years, probably more years than he's likely known of me, and somewhat in admiration in terms of just the member's desire to have change and the recognition that is necessary, not only on this particular issue, but other issues as well, Mr. Speaker, whether it was at the University of Manitoba or on the streets in Winnipeg. So I do applaud the fact that he took the time to share some of those personal stories, because we do take things for granted, whether it's changing, eating, and some of those normal day functions. And it's hard for individuals to have empathy unless you've really experienced it firsthand, as the member from Charleswood has. So it's very enlightening for all of us and the viewers to be able to listen to what the member was sharing with not only members of this chamber, but those that were actually tuned in through CPAC. Mr. Speaker, recognizing a National Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Day is important. It's important for the very reason in which we just witnessed, and that is it enlightens, it brings to the awareness of a wide variety of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to maybe share some thoughts in regards to just how wide, when I mention wide, it really can be. Both speakers, the introducer and member from Charleswood in particular, talked about some of the issues that they have to face. And government spends literally hundreds of millions of dollars annually dealing with this particular issue, Mr. Speaker, whether it is in our healthcare system, that being i.e. hospitals, to other types of institutions. But what we really need to focus on, Mr. Speaker, is the area of how we can make sure that there's a sense of independent living. And this is something in which both speakers made reference to, whether it was directly or indirectly. And there is things that are very tangible that government, for example, can do. The single largest landlord is, in fact, the Government of Canada, in cooperation with the different provincial governments, that when we build non-profit housing or low-income housing, or we will provide life lease housing, we promote housing co-ops, we will provide all sorts of government-initiated programs to revitalize communities, which in part take into consideration the revitalization of housing units, all of which, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you, should always take into consideration the issue of disabilities. Accessibility is an issue. It is a very serious issue. I was intrigued when the member from Charleswood made reference to having his office gathering where he'd provide lots of coffee for those individuals that were about to make the commitment to going into the wheelchair, and his reference to the white lie. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is very much a valid story. Try to get a better understanding of that one very basic issue. You know, I have the privilege of having Parminder Bowler work in my constituency office, Mr. Speaker, and this is someone that is in a wheelchair, Mr. Speaker, and is very dependent on the rest of civil society, as people that are in wheelchairs are, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that we are sensitive to the needs and respect, Mr. Speaker, those needs, and where we can take action that we do so, Mr. Speaker. So it means making sure that access to a washroom is in fact there and is available. It is to ensure that when we look at purchasing or acquiring new city buses, that we take that into consideration. It's to ensure that when it comes time to build another large housing complex, that disability is taken into consideration, Mr. Speaker. There is so much that can in fact be done. That it's not only Ottawa, and this is what I like about the motion that's before us today, it's Ottawa recognizing the importance of the issue and designating a day in the year, and this year will be the first year with the understanding that the bill will ultimately get that royal assent, Mr. Speaker, which means that come September 18, at least I believe that's what it is, as I look to the member from Moncton, I believe it is September the 18th, and recognizing that there's a wonderful opportunity not only to educate, Mr. Speaker, but to promote the many different positive attributes that individuals, whether they are paraplegic or quadriplegics, have contributed to our society, Mr. Speaker, in every aspect that has been the case, Mr. Speaker. And in many ways, you know, it's a special and it's a different type of challenge. So when the mover made reference to the super sports athletes, well, you will find that does apply in individuals that are within wheelchairs, Mr. Speaker, and they are exceptionally well motivated, and the contributions are immense and of equal nature in many, many different ways. I would suggest to you, and I've had opportunity to speak on other days of action, that members of Parliament are afforded an opportunity by the passage of this legislation going forward to be able to promote it. And there's ways in which we can actually do that, Mr. Speaker. You know, the most obvious, of course, is you take a look at whether they're 10%ers or householders or other forms of communications that we might have with technology, the internet, and so forth. That is only one aspect. Other ways, Mr. Speaker, would be to look at our local schools and taking the time where it is possible, Mr. Speaker, to encourage education or awareness within a school atmosphere, or in fact to look at employers and encouraging employers to get more engaged in the day, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that there would be a wide and a fairly general appreciation of the true value of having a day designated of this nature. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that when you take a look at the issue that is there, that you will find that if you were to put them on a spectrum of the number of days of recognition that are passed through the House, that this would be ranked as one of those issues that really and truly merits a much wider appreciation of, in terms of not only from here in Ottawa, but also at the different levels of government. I don't know, for example, if Manitoba, my own provincial government, has acknowledged the importance of a day, and if it has not, hopefully one of the MLAs within the Manitoba legislature will do so, Mr. Speaker. I would also make a suggestion that even local municipalities and city councillors can in fact get engaged in an issue of this nature, Mr. Speaker. That there is so much more that we can in fact do, and we would encourage that we do what we can, just given the very nature of what is being asked of us today. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time has virtually now expired. I did want to, again, on behalf of the Liberal Party, acknowledge and thank the mover of the motion for coming up with the idea and ultimately bringing it forward, as I suspect that it would receive unanimous support of the House as we try to deal with those important issues that Canadians have to face day in and day out, and would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that this is one of those. The issue of disabilities is one of those very important issues that would deserve a great deal of more debate, I would suggest to you, in the House of Commons, the different legislatures, and so forth, Mr. Speaker, and the public at large. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of State and Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I won't take all the time, but I did want to speak to this motion from the member from Montcalm, seconded by the member from Charleswood. In 2000 and I can't remember the exact year, I was the seatmate to the member from Charleswood, and it was during that same time frame that the member from Charleswood wrote his book, and we had a book unveiling in Ottawa. And certainly as a member of caucus, and particularly because the member was my seatmate, it was incumbent upon me to get to know my seatmate much better. And so now we've been caucus colleagues for at least a decade, and the inspiration, the adversity that I realized the member had gone through, and the inspiration he provides has carried on. There is no member of this caucus, the caucus that the member from Charleswood is a member of, that has ever heard the member utter complaints. The member is constructive, and as you have witnessed, as everyone has witnessed today, he's actually quite hilarious. I realize I'm restricting my comments more to the member from Charleswood than Montcalm. It's not for any reason other than I know the member from Charleswood much more intimately, and there's no slight intended. And we are reminded every time that we see the member from Charleswood attending meetings, whether they're early, whether they're late, that whatever adversity or struggles we may be going through, they pale in comparison. This is part of the ongoing inspiration that we all feel. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, after 13 years of serving in opposition in this place, that I actually lost an election the very year that we formed government. And on my way, when I departed from Ottawa by car, guess who called? The member from Charleswood, thinking about me. I have never forgotten. And I think we all have to recognize that these members who brought this motion forward are more than contributing members of this Parliament. They are much more. And I know in the case of, they're more than full members in a sense, Mr. Speaker. And I know from many discussions, the member from Charleswood's actively engaged with Treasury Board, for example. He's pursuing advanced education. He's a great student of Canadian history. There's many things that all of us could learn about Canadian history from just having a short conversation with the member. And I believe that we have a strong responsibility to know our colleagues who face adversity. Today is one of those opportunities, but there is another opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and it's called every day. So I think what we've witnessed today is consistent with the motion that's been put forward by the member from Montcalm and seconded by the member from Charleswood. I congratulate them, and I know that this place will be happy to adopt this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Montcalm aura maintenant 5 minutes.
The honourable member for Montcalm will now have 5 minutes for her right of reply. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I had removed my microphone. I'd just like to say that often I say to people that it's harder for them to approach us than it is for us to approach them to talk to them. And I think that this day will make it better for people to approach one another and to discuss. I remember when I first came in 2011, people said, well, you're in a wheelchair. And I had to say, yep. But when I campaigned, I didn't hide the fact from anyone that I was in a wheelchair, but I don't think people realized until they met me in person. Often, what people say to us is that people think, they say, well, you're nice anyways. Well, everyone's nice. It's not just because you're in a wheelchair that you can't be nice. So I'd just like to tell you something. Last week, I received an invitation from Mr. Gomex to ride a horse on a racehorse. I think everyone here knows that I had a horseback riding accident, but that horseback riding was one of my great passions. And when we talk about accessibility and changing things, as changing our ways of seeing things, well, I can actually ride a horse now on a racetrack. That's such a fantastic idea. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, what I was saying was, I probably shouldn't have brought this up. But earlier when I was saying that when this happens to you, you have to revisit everything you loved in the past and try to find a way to do it again. I'm really choked up here. Anyway, I'd like to take this opportunity to send out a huge thank you to Mr. Demers, who invited me to ride a horse again. My accident was in 1993, and this gentleman made me understand that I can get back on that horse. I can keep doing what I love to do, but I have to do it differently now. Because, sincerely, that's not something I thought I'd ever be able to do again. And I'm very proud. I'm very proud to have been able to do that. And it's that open-mindedness that some people have. I think those people are to be congratulated, and our society should be more and more inclusive so that there's a place for everyone. It's true that a disabled person has limitations, but everyone has limitations, and often we put those limitations on ourselves. And when you meet people who are willing to help you to push back those limits, well, those people become like heroes. They're practically heroes to us. My colleague probably understands what I'm talking about. I know I just have 1 minute left, but I'm really happy to see all my colleagues here in the House supporting my bill in this way, and for it to go through so easily, because I know there are a number of national days for this, that, and the other thing, and there's a need for each and every one of them. There's a rationale for them, but this day, I know, will give disabled people a bigger place in society. And I think that's all I have to say. I'm still a little choked up, a little moved by all this, but thank you.
Is the House ready for the question? Est-ce que la Chambre est prête à se prononcer? The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Madame Perrault.
Ms. Perrault, seconded by Mr. Fletcher, moved that Bill C-643, an act to establish National Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Day, be now read a third time and do pass.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. I declare the motion carried. I need 5 people to stand. Nobody stood. Okay, let me go back through the procedure. I call for the yeas. I got yeas. I called for the nays. I got 1 nay. I looked around the chamber, recognizing the nays. Nobody stood. I stand corrected. Let's go back through the procedure again. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. There we go. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, June the 3rd, 2015, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Am I pretending it's 2:30? It being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24 sub 1.